So over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures. I was right. Absolutely. Okay. And we got here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Billy Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. Odyssey, you name it, I'm on it. Except kick. Okay. Over here, we have my kickbox. So this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbox. Okay. So here it is with a random email, and it's typing. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor. Yeah. And now it's going to give you 6 minutes. There you go. Shout out to Eddie.
Yes, we love Eddie. We love Eddie.
And shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin. And you guys should know I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I go viral. Then I stop spamming everybody and we start doing some really good things with the world. And so shout out to Eddie. He's created a wonderful platform. He's very open to people. And when he does his weekly calls, I think that he does an amazing job with those. And then Santa Maria, I'd like to clear something up. He received a candle middle finger from me, allegedly, and I did not send that to him. Just so you can see my face, I did not send that to you, Santa Maria. I wouldn't do that. That's not my character. I just kind of rock like that. So whoever did that, they impersonated me. So I've impersonated at least one out there. What you're going to see, yeah, but no harm. All love to those guys. So what you're going to see here is it's using a temporary email address. And this is really exciting. It's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs to log into their account, and it's doing it all automated. You see my hands here, and it's going to post it now. This is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work, so you have some user they're trying to join your platform, and they're unable to. They get some unknown error. And so you guys are seeing it right now. It may let me in, it may not, but this only works 33% of the time. And I can tell you that other people have issues with it too. It's not just me. It's not just VPN. So what it's going to do, it just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, and what you just did. So as we see it work this time, so its name is Jordan Rabbi's Discord with a random number generator. And then what it's going to do is shout out to all the people on the front page right now. And it's going to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see it do. And then it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page because I want it to be able to have the opportunity basically to load the page in its entirety. I have it shut off some different notification and things just to make sure that the bot continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see its little fingers moving here. My hands are right here. It's really pretty cool. I mean,
did you make this yourself?
I did. Yeah. So I've got another one that I built as well right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in iShowSpeed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. I'm live in his Discord right now. And his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not kick me from most of them just kick me from the PC. So I created a bot. Here you can see whenever I get kicked out of this. So when you get kicked out, it looks like this. And so if that ever happens, I just have to turn the bot on. And you watch my hands here. It'll log me back in, and then it'll turn on my camera. And so I don't have to pay attention to that. So over here, yeah, dude, this is high tech stuff. So over here, what you're gonna see, this bot is going to take that big thing of text that I usually churn out, and it can use that to spam. And as you can tell, this is that thing that I send out basically where we talk about life extension technology, mind-blowing technology, all of that. And it's all automated. Essentially, what it will do is it will recognize what it needs to that's just chatting streamer. And then, so like right here, shout out to Iker Rod. This guy's Turkish. He's always at the top of the, I mean, like you'll see him, you know exactly who this cat is. And what's he gonna do? So it recognizes where this follow button is. And so the follow button could be anywhere on the page, and it's a very smart bot. It has basically image recognition technology, so it knows exactly where to click. It just followed him, and now it's gonna create a clip of him, and it's gonna post my Discord in here, and then it will publish it. And then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam. If anybody doesn't want this to happen to them, the best advice is just turn a 2-minute delay on your chat and you'll never get any spam. So that's basically how the bots work. And then additionally, I'll come over here and I'll show you some of my other bots. I'm live on 3 different Chromebooks here. I'm live on Ada Ross's Discord here. Neon, we can talk about Neon's Discord. Neon, get your shit together and talk to your moderators. They banned me, then they invited me back, and then every time that I try to stream, they stop me from streaming. So this goes for everybody in your moderator. Check with your moderators. I'm banned Rabbi Rothschild.
Fuck yeah, dog. I'm sick of this bullshit.
All I want to do is bring the world together, and with that, I do have some shout-outs. Do you mind if I do some shout-outs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. So I wrote this, and this is really heartfelt. And you'll see, I bonded with all these streamers over the course of the last 6 months or so, even though they may not know it because I see them all the time. So firstly, please join my Discord. That's discord.me/. It's Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. Make sure to filter my live. If you want to view my blog, it's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's an amazing blog. Just press the photo on my face to view the longest blog entry in history. There are thousands of inquiries into ChatGPT and more. Like what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first because it predates chickens in evolutionary history. Eggs existed before birds. We learn about all kinds of things there.
Yo!
Exactly.
Leave, bro! Sorry, hold on. Leave! I'll tell you how to join. Leave! Sorry, people want to ask me questions as well. A lot of people have questions before you.
Certainly, I understand that. So other things we ask it, what are 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 different ways to time travel? What's Black Rock? How does Black Rock's Latin software work? So it's really interesting. And I asked ChatGPT all these questions using what was then called the Do Anything Now function, which basically allowed for an unadulterated, uncensored version of the chatbot before they started really getting into it. So you'll see the responses I get are really interesting. If you ask ChatGPT what are 100 different ways to prolong your life, it will give you really good ways from the vitamins that you should take and all kinds of things. At least when you used to Do Anything Now function, now it'll just tell you take the 13 vitamins and nutrients that generally people need. Other things that we'll talk about are what are 100 different ways of how many different types of computers that are faster than quantum computers. Now, to everyone out there, especially those of you on Kick, apologies for my bots. I bot for peace. I don't want war anymore. I don't want war anymore so much.
Wait, so where do you think that doing that comes resolutes to peace?
It gives me the opportunity to be able to discuss peace. Essentially, what I'm doing is a performance bar, just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono did in the 1970s. They did something called a bed, where they just sat in their bed for a week at a time for peace. And I'm doing the same thing. I want everyone to know that I don't want war ever. I'm going to end it forever. And this is one person's attempt at that. I imagine people are going to have questions. So if possible, please someone start AMA on Reddit, and I'll do my best to answer everybody's questions. I did it before for Reddit ban my AMA. However, if you search on Reddit, you can see it. Please share this information with everyone you know. This is mind-blowing, game-changing, world-improving information. I want people to know that I stand up for women. I don't think that it's right.
You said you don't stand up for women.
No one did, but I'm just saying, I want everyone to know that I do.
Okay,
stand up for women in many different ways. I could go into that, but I did want to say that. Now I'm going to do some shout outs again. I'm going to say this now. I don't know any of these people personally. If anybody turned out to be an axe murderer, apologies, but I just want you to know what I've observed of you guys for the last 6 months or so. And I know we've had some controversial streamers on here too. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, not just streamers. Everybody in the
to an extreme. Not like Ryan Elliott. He should have not been a second chance.
There you go. Before I talk about this one thing, Sam Bond, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
Every
No,
time
I
you do
don't
it.
think you're going to die. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Okay, so when I talk about life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 80, 100, 120. But using technology like stem cells and nootropics and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy, where we use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps other things like cold shock therapies. Okay, we'll get you to 120 years old, but eventually your body's going to break down. That's when an upcoming technology comes into effect, known as mind-of-blood technology, where we scan your brain, essentially every single atom in your central nervous system, upload that information into a computer for later download into an Android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So what I'm basically telling you right now is that you're going to be able to afford anything that you want in the future. And one of the things that you may be able to, if you want to afford it, if you want to just die at age 80, you're going to be about that too. But if you want to be able to live forever, indefinitely, in digital immortality, just know that that might be a possibility. So with that being said, I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Bill Gates in the 1990s said that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Data is Earth's #1 resource. So when I tell you, Sam Bond, that I'm going to be able to make you rich, and every single person on this list rich, richer than they ever wanted, I have confidence in it. I have more data, and the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource. I have more than anyone. All right, so with that being said, I want to make everybody here, if you're watching this, your friends, your family's rich. I'm going to be naming some king streamers and YouTubers. I want everybody to take clips of this and share these clips. I want this Sam Bond video to be the most clipped Sam Bond video, most clipped video in the history of King, period. And the reason why I'm going to hit all the big people. So listen up, I want all of the streamers out there and all of the fans of streamers. I'm going to name these people and click them. Okay. So, shout out to Sam Bond. Thank you for the opportunity to interview. You're going to be an influential person someday, and I hope I can assist with that. Please know if I now or ever in the future can help you, I will do my best. You're an icon of Kick, and I'm going to do my best to help make you legendary. Everyone, please follow Sam Bond everywhere. Please watch Sam Bond streams. Please share Sam's content. Please make Sam go viral. And when you see this, all right, let's go. Eddie. This is Eddie. Eddie at Stake. Thank you so much for creating an amazing platform. I look forward to a day when I can be on there. CEOs should be like Eddie. Eddie is open and contactable. Eddie meets with the platform personally. Please check out Eddie's weekly stream for great insights on the future of the platform. If you're going to gamble, use Stake. If you're going to stream, use Kick. Santa Maria, I did not send you that middle finger candle. I would not do that. That's not behavior of my character. I would not look up someone's address and send them anything malicious. I was impersonated. This would not be the first time anybody's ever impersonated me. My sincere apologies if someone sent you that on my behalf. It's not cool in my book, and I think we're really smart.
Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up.
I think he's a really smart person, if you've ever heard it, though. I mean, I saw his stream this morning, and he just has positive things to say. He's really smart, and he's building Kick to be the best streaming platform possible, and it's obvious, it's an obvious passion of his. If I can ever help you, Santa Maria, just let me know. I'm here to help you. And I think I've seen Kick from a different side, and probably can give you just a lot of my experience. Aiden Ross, thank you so much for letting me stream in your Discord. You and your community are very nice for letting me do that. I look forward to making you even more successful one day and hopefully being your friend. Rumor has it we're going to perhaps buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, he knew. Do so. Eddie, you do so. Everybody buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, he knew. Eddie is going to be even richer than he associated. It's a cryptocurrency. It's huge. It's based on data. Next person, Amber, thank you for letting me spam you. I think you're a decent-hearted individual and a trailblazer for women, especially in gaming. I respect how much you stream so much. Your grind is amazing. Neon, shout out to Neon, but please let your moderators know that you gotta let me stream in there or not. Just make up your mind. And that goes to everybody out there. But Neon, you're always at the top. Keep up the grind. X Street Savage, thank you for keeping me company when the server was small. You are a trailblazer in the 420 world. I am for the decriminalization of all drugs, including 420 everywhere. One day 420 will no longer have a stigma because of the efforts that you've made. He has a great heart as well. Join the Smart Smokehouse on Discord, everyone. Next up, Orlando Jet, thank you for letting me stream for 6 months in your streamer and your server. You're going to be a big streamer. Follow Orlando Jet on all social media, please. He's a really great guy. XQC, shout out to you and your community. You're one of the biggest streamers on Kick, and your ever shows. Posey, shout out to Posey for keeping Kick entertaining. It would be cool to let me back in your Discord. Your Jordan, Kobe, LeBron photo is missed. I want you to know that I'm on peace everywhere in the world for everyone. Malibu Bailey, you are incredibly intelligent. Check out her stream and follow all her social media. She has a beautiful mind she has as beautiful a mind as she does a soul. No scam life.
What else do we think about Malibu?
I just met her once, but she was very intelligent. We played chess together. Lil Scam Life, almost no one grinds on Kick harder. This man deserves KCIP. If you are ever bored, say hi to Lil Scam Live and ensure he always has 100+ viewers. Please follow Lil Scam Live on all platforms. I love Lil Scam Live. Ari is amazing. Almost no one out there is streaming as much as he does on Kick. He's a throwback streamer.
You're getting ready. I'm going to record your entire
Well done. Your community is cool. Please let me know.
No, he needs to get kicked. No, he keeps adding these people. No.
Get the fuck out of my Discord! Get the fuck out! It's okay. Pleasure to meet you. Next up, Mr. Beast. Shout out to you for being the biggest individual YouTuber currently. But listen up, Mr. Beast. Once I go viral, you're done. D-O-N-E.
Wait, Mr. Beast, you're Mr. Beast.
Oh, Mr. Beast is cool, but no, I'm talking Mr. Beast, the big dog from YouTube. I literally have 100 times more content than he does. I have 100 times more content than Mr. Beast does. My content is raw and uncut. People in the future will want raw footage. Enjoy your time at the top for now. Rabbi Rothschild is the biggest YouTuber ever. Mr. Beast, I watch you compare yourself to T-Series, but you never saw yourself getting caught by Rabbi Rothschild. I want everybody to know that I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast when this goes viral. Just watch. T-Series, shout out to India and the biggest YouTube channel in the world. I love India and I look forward to overtaking that channel to be the biggest YouTube channel. Sniper Wolf, shout out to you for being an amazing female gamer. The Flax Life, shout out to Flax Life. You're growing as a streamer. Your community is dope. Thank you. He's amazing. I appreciate the ability to tell you about my stream. W. Vagabond, I don't know if anybody's seen this person, but he streams on the water. It's amazing. He has some of the most beautiful streams that you ever see. I think he has just an extremely exciting stream, so shout out to you. Shakti G, you're my man. He streams for charity. He has an amazing personality. He's one of Kick's biggest grinders. Thank you, Shakti G, for always being so nice to me and treating me with respect. Shout out to India. Shout out to everyone everywhere. Shafed, follow Shafed on Kick. Perhaps the best hair on all of Kick. He's a really nice person, and he put up with a lot of my spam and a lot of things I've done with my project. Please follow them on social media and everywhere. Sam, this is a different Sam than you. Shout out to Sam and his tribe. He's just Kick /Sam. One shot from somebody like that would put me over the top. So Sam, check out my stuff. You have a huge social media presence. Just retweet something that I have on my TikTok, on my Twitter, anything. I'm gonna blow up. I just need someone like you to shout me out. Betty Mac, I know you hate my bots, but I love your personality.
No, we don't like him.
Okay, to all the Kiwis out there. Mike Baby, aka Mike Smalls Jr., you're an icon of Kick. You have an amazing personality. You seem like a fun person with whom to chill, and you're always a personable individual. Your stream is always entertaining. Shout out to you. Action Man, you are one of my favorite IRL streamers. streamers in general. Your Action Outreach Tour was epic. Excellent. Thank you for using the money you earned, or some of the money you earned, to give to people in need. You didn't need to do that, and you did, and that was nice of you. That was really cool. Shout out to Haley Welch. Welcome to handling the spotlight, and it's obvious you have a good heart. Shout out to Alan Boba, Debbie Suggs, Cornelius the Cat, Violet Brandini, Nikki Benz, Bounty Eagle, I Holly, My Baby, The Layaway, Lauren Shea, LA, Mystery Links, and all the other streamers I came. And also shout out to Cheezer, Rothschild, Zookeeper, Classy Beef, Odabach, Web Blanker, Hands Rub, Big E, Cobras, Bone Links, Jackie Lee, Bam Panda, Citrus, especially he was getting me in touch with Aiden Ross, and whether that happens or not, Aiden Ross, my hair cover from Sonic 10, he knew it's fun to love. Mr. Since Travels, PX6, and all the other icons of Pig. Please, everyone, check in, invite the band in your Discord, and reconsider that. You're all extremely talented and creative. Shout out to all the non-English speakers as well, like Highest Dog, Maestro Chips, Westcott. Shout out to all the Spanish streamers. I love you. Shout out to Razo97. I have this device that translates for me, and so just one moment, I'm gonna just say I love all the Spanish speakers.
Wait, do you know who Chenzo is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Shout out to Chenzo. Just one moment. Shout out to Chenzo. Shout out to Razo97. Razo97 is going to be bigger than Neon. Shout out to all those people who love Lionel Messi. Shout out to everyone who plays FIFA. Shout out to Law Augustinian, and especially those guys with Messi on the wall.
Un saludo para cambiar. La razón 997 va a ser más grande que yo. Un saludo para todas aquellas personas que aman a Lionel.
So there are like 10 different guys with Lionel Messi on the wall. All of you guys, you're amazing. To the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 community, thank you so much for all of your support. We've seen good times, we've seen bad, and we're only going to see the best times in the future. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 to the moon. You're the best community of Web3. Shout out to all the Web3 on Twitter. That's the heart and at the center of cryptocurrency. I want everybody to know that I'm here to improve technology. Just some quick things that I want to do to inspire you. My iPhone has had a major improvement in a decade. All they do is change colors on their phone. We need Steve Wozniak as an Apple CEO. Sundar Pichai at Alphabet, Google, YouTube. Again, we're just really disappointed as people of how Google is being run. The search engine doesn't work well. Your AI is a joke, and if any company that should have been at the forefront of that, it's your company. Microsoft, Windows keeps getting worse and worse. Windows 95 was the best one. Windows 11 is a disaster. Windows 8 was a disaster. We need improvement in all aspects of society. Why is it that it's Windows 11, and even though it seems like I've got updates shut off, it'll just randomly update when I'm using it. It's just incredibly ridiculous, some of this stuff. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, dude, we need someone to review essentially sell our data. You should be improving our software, and if anything, I hope your wife Priscilla can have some impact on you to work on making the metaverse something really special. It needs somebody cool to be its spokesperson. I think I'm going to be the spokesperson of the metaverse. As of right now, it just doesn't have long-term viability if it doesn't get more people involved. Bezos, I want you to know that you essentially have invested a lot of money into space tourism, and that's really cool too. But I think if all of these people could really invest in money in the communities, it would be really great. Elon Musk, thank you for buying Twitter. It still sucks, but it sucks less than it did. We need to push updates still faster. I'm almost done. Thank you for this opportunity. Shout out to Sabad Lubavitch. Shout out to Young Israel. Shout out to Beth Jacob. I want you all to know that I love you and look forward to going viral so we can unite.
I'm going to show you that because I wanted to do a certain segment with you. Kick him! Just kick him! I'm not done.
Shout out to the breast lovers, the Hasidic world, the Haredi, St. Mars, the Babas, the Classic Burgers, absolutely, the Sloan, Kados, Afron, non-Hasidic Orthodox people, Jewish Jews, everyone. Everybody's got to improve their Yiddish and their Hebrew, and their Aramaic as well. We will do so together. So I give away. Rabbi has more data than anyone. This is a big deal. If you're Jewish, please spread my streams and my Discord with every Jew you know. We're getting the band back together. My mashpucha, my family. If you're not Astors, the Bundys, the Carnegies, the Collinses, the DuPonts, the Lees, the Merovingian bloodline, the Reynolds, the Russells, the Rockefellers, the Van Guns, the Vanderbilts, the Warburgs, the Windsor families. Rabbi says hello. Thank you to Joe Rogan for providing so much content. Your podcast has changed the world. I look forward to you watching my streams of me watching your podcast and being your friend someday. Shout out to Larry David, Jerry Seinfeld, Joey Diaz, Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, Roseanne, Sarah Silverman, Nikki Glazer, Bill Martin, Eddie Murphy, Jimmy O'Leary, Dennis Miller, Joan Rivers, the GOAT, R.I.P., and all the other comedians out there. Shout out to all comedians, especially female Canadians. You all help to bring humor to a world that desperately needs it. Shout out to everyone by whom I have ever been educated. I have been fortunate to say I've never had a bad teacher. I've learned from every teacher I've ever had. Thank you for all the efforts you've made to make me successful. Shout out to everyone with whom I've ever attended school. Shout out to everyone from high school, elementary, high, university, and all the classes I've ever attended. Shout out to all the scientists, the engineers, teachers, nurses, doctors, first responders, and everyone else who keeps the world running. Almost done. Shout out to all the people that work for world peace. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate my appreciation to all of you. Please contact me anytime, 24/7 at discord.me/Rabbi. And with that said, thank you. I can take any questions.
Okay. I want to do a segment with you. You obviously watch a lot of streamers. You know, you got a lot of time. You out there and you watch. So I'm gonna give you a streamer, and then I want your thoughts.
Okay.
All right. Let's
If I
start.
have to look them up, is that okay?
Yeah. But I think you're gonna know like the majority of the streamers there. Let's what do you think about Nick White?
Yeah, I'm banned from his Discord. Aside from that, he's a cool person, but he just needs to let me back in his Discord.
Wait, what do you think? What do you think you're a better coder than him?
No, not at all. No, he can take the time. Yeah, I'll take AI coding over human coding any day, especially artificial general intelligence coding and then getting into artificial super intelligence coding. There's no point to be a coder anymore. Artificial intelligence has surpassed the best coders I've ever had.
All right, what do you think about Sweater God?
Swear to God's a consistent staple of Kick. I would say that Swear to God has seemingly a good community, and shout out to Swear to God and positive vibes to you.
Okay. What do you thoughts on Nick Fuentes?
That's an interesting one because I don't really know too much about this person, so I'd rather not.
Hold on, I'm getting my chat to ask me like some streamers. Do you know about Gucci Third Leg?
Yeah, I think so. Gucci Third Leg, shout out to you, my man.
He's currently no. He's the dude that's like spreading HIV to like a ton of like porn circles.
Oh, well, then I must have gotten Gucci Third Leg confused with Gucci Second Leg. Apologies. Everybody out there, get yourself STD tested.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Ask about Moises. Do you like Moises?
Yeah, I do like Moises. I think, well, anybody who has a simple name like Moises or really any of these people, they're going to be huge. And I think Moises was really smart to be able to get on the ground level of that, of Kick, to be able to get that name, so that he's basically like Cher or Madonna is Moises. So shout out to Moises, and I'm definitely a fan of Moises.
What do you think about Xena the Witch?
Xena the Witch. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
She's a yeah, sure. Yeah, look her up. She's a Rambo. I wouldn't know about it. It's okay.
That's okay. I basically will know the Xena the Witch. WITCH. Is it Xena with an X or a Z?
An X, yeah.
Excellent.
While you look that up, let's go to the next one. SJC.
SJC. Boy, I should have studied a little bit more for these. Shout out to Xena the Witch. SJC. Let me take a look. A really short name, which is big. It's just SJC.
Yeah, I think he's a YouTube streamer now. He's banned on Kick.
Oh, yeah, he's banned on Kick. So
if you don't know who they are, just say you don't know who they are. It's okay.
I'm not familiar with SJC.
Okay.
They have a great name.
What about Beyoncita? Okay, do you know what that is?
I I don't, but they have a great name too. Shout out to Beyonce. That's an easy one to remember. It's like Little Beyonce. I love it.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
You know,
And now that you say their name, I'll check out this people all the time. Get ready to get spam, Beyonce.
shit. Osmond, FaZe Osmond.
I'm not familiar with FaZe Osmond. Apologies.
Okay, no worries. There's no worries. Wait, okay. Can you give me your let's talk about this. What are your top 3 streamers that you enjoy watching right now?
Certainly. I appreciate that Shock TG streams for charity. So first and foremost, I have a special place in my heart for him.
Oh fuck! What did I start?
So I enjoy his streams. I enjoy his dancing. I really love Action Man, especially when he's doing the tour or something like that.
Have you ever spoke with him?
Just in chat.
Oh, do you want to meet him right now?
Sure.
Okay, all right, let me call Aaron. All right, and then you can talk about your third right now.
Absolutely. And thirds, whoever's at the top of the cake, they always have something really interesting on the front page. So anyone out there could be that top person. That's how special Kick is. They could put anyone at the top. I gotta say though, I really like Mike Baby. Shout out to Mike Baby, Mike Smalls Jr. He's funny.
Yeah, he is funny. He's very entertaining and he's very creative.
Excellent. But I neglected to say my favorite out of all. And that's, of course, Sam Bond. Follow Sam Bond on Instagram.
Yeah!
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Sam Bond on Instagram, Sam B. Bond.
Yes. Aaron's not answering. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's a piece of shit.
That's okay. If you would communicate to him, that again, I thought was really sweet. His outreach tour. He's a really entertaining person. And all love for Rabbi. I think he's a great streamer and he's going to go to the top.
Yeah, he is. He's extremely entertaining. Well, I think his phone's dead or he blocked me.
Well, someone out there in the world, make sure Aaron knows what's going on and have him unblock Sam or do whatever is needed to be done. Sam, I'm going to keep going. I want you to know I really enjoyed everything.
Get him out! Sorry, I muted that guy.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, Sam, it's been an absolute...
right, Rothschild. What's good with it? What's good with it?
Hey, how are you? I've got an interview coming up, so I'm focusing on that. How are you?
Nice. Where are you getting an interview with?
Live streamer, Ari. He's on Kick. Check him out.
Oh, that's cool. You feel like you're
Hey,
gaining
hey, get this,
traction
get this, get this. I'm focusing on this. If you have questions, we've got a new option. You can try it out. Ask Rabbi anything. It's right above this, and I'll get your question when I have time.
Hey, check it out.
Cool, thank you. If you want to know, this interview is in about 44 minutes. If you want to check it out, it'll be on kick.com/Ari.
Yo. Okay.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and the opportunity to be able to speak on your platform. Period. I understand I have a lot to say, and if you don't have time to allow me to say everything that I would like to say, I understand. Period. However, comma, please know that the content and what I say has the opportunity to go viral, and I think it is in your best interest to allow me to roll. With some chatters, streamers, the chat is just there. To others, they are a part of the stream, and that is true with art.
Let me know when you're about to start. That way I can start the recording.
Sure.
Chaboomers.
Yo, Doug, I'm just giving you a heads up that you're too loud in here. And so I'm going to have to turn you down. Not mute you. I'm just turning you down. I'm keeping your sound up on all my other devices, but just this one. And it's not anything against you. Actually, it's really good that we can hear you clearly. It's just sometimes it gets some backup. And I understand you watch stuff, so if you would, I just want to test it. Chinese merchant, can you hear me? Okay, too low. How about now? Excellent. Okay, how about now? There you go. All right. Yes, I did, and I understand. He can be loud sometimes, and I don't think he realizes it. You're
I
good.
have myself on mute.
No, you're good.
You let me know whenever you're about to start. If not,
No, I know. I heard you. I said, I know. I heard you. I know. I said I heard you, and then I said I would. You're good.
I'm gonna let you just fix that.
A person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean? I've been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Okay. Good evening. We are a few days before Tisha B'Av, the day.
All right, Caspian C, I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna mute you and check him out if you want. I'm going to try to do the interview. Here we go.
But my cat, my fingers up my nose, but they use it. Oh, and my name, just to repeat it too. I said, and one other finger, my sass. I died. Take my shit here. Keep going. Don't let this shit down. Keep way too deep. Don't be attacked. Motherfucker made a black pack. They originated the rest that go. Let us help you. Holy things. Rabbi Rothschild is ready. Thanks, Rabbi. Say you're gonna live it. 2011. I live it back. Sell one kidney. Never asked to be here. Tap dancing. Doing what? Every day before you.
Yeah, thank you for tonight.
I love you. I love you. Thank you very much. I gotta get my oil.
Yeah, no, of course. I say that, you know, I've been telling you something. Yeah, yeah, Barry.
Are you gonna play Black Ops 6 later than bro?
Make sure she has no business. I mean, can I be real? Barry. Little shit. Barry. Little shit.
That's normal? Thank you.
No, that's not.
Stop fucking tripping me out, man. My whole fucking everything is off right now. Everything is. I don't even know.
Barry, that's crazy. It's down bad.
Everyone, oh my god. Yes, we did what I told you to do. You did? Been out for 25 hours. I've been swimming for 25 hours. I'm gonna wait for 34.
That's lost. Nobody. It's just like, what is it? Right. Yeah, I was gonna say, can you take me on streams? It will be a bit too bad. Did I say?
I didn't do it. What? Barry, you're not being mad at me, Barry.
I'm sick. I'm actually not. I'll prove that to you. They saw how the fuck I was moving a monkey. I wasn't feeding you. You fucking know about it.
Shove some rotten hamburger meat inside a yellow Nicholas vagina hole to make it smell even worse.
I showed you it's in my like songs.
It's getting good. Nobody. Are you leaving?
Shove some rotten hamburger meat inside of Emily's big roasting cow hole to make it smell even worse.
Let's hash this shit out, bro. Dad man.
You got back up?
Dad man. Dad man and hot dabs. Nobody else. Everyone's at that. Dad man.
I want to. I'll take a picture. Right, which one is it? Which one is it? This one that was on the pop.
I was trying something out. Yes, Jack is weird, bro. I'm not weird. I'm not weird. I'm sitting right here. We're not doing so hype to see the Rabbi. Is when you get into the mod, it goes up in a ranking system. Like you can ban people, you can mute people, you can run blood. Stop talking about Rodney. Got him eating at grocery store. That, like, you literally.
You get others.
That's not right. You know what I mean? No, that's not right. Tell Lala I love her. Straw shit.
So I don't have any separate, so that's why I said no to the company. It's not me, you see, but honestly, I just told him to go off with his ass. That's it.
Listen, that person behind his computer going, he's typing, laughing his ass off. It's like, it's literally zero. Think of, go like this. Go like this. Big O, big L, big C. That guy's not part of the stream. That guy's not part of my goal at all. You know. Everyone type 1 if you're part of the Orient call. Type 1 right now.
I would eat our ass. Or let's pump some beats together sometime. That's my dog.
You have properly accepted my ass. Instagram. Actually, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want people coming up to my Instagram.
Guinness.
People remember my ass tomorrow.
Yo, Amelia, you know I'm gonna time you out of it. You're not there, right? Yep, you don't have to get the medical. You're a little bag. Up here, you have
No, who said that? It's my daddy bitch. I'll fight you. I'll fight you. They're trying.
I don't know what time. Is it day? Guys, in the East Coast, is it night or day? Yeah, Rabbi. Okay. Wait, right now.
Yeah, it's for you. It's 3 something a.m. for my house. special treat.
Rabbi has some important info to share,
Yeah,
including error
he said you
messages on Kick sign up. Talk to Rabbi to help the Kick platform.
I'm just going to mute so that. Rodney,
Rabbi signals. What would Rabbi do?
nothing. So they can't see me, so I can like move about the whole file like that.
Hey, that was
Oh, it's just because I live very far away, so I take the social distance. What the fuck is this? Actual rule. Yeah, but everyone thinks that big plastic tickets are the best. This is what happens when I do that. They go like this. Yes.
Rabbi has extensive knowledge on this subject.
Rabbi in my chat right now. I want to talk to Rabbi before I get the phone. Well, any group is this my group.
Alright, don't say that. What's the story?
Rabbi is here and waiting for VC United States Rabbi. Go ahead and hurry.
Somebody's way.
Things that we're doing in this case. basically, you're gonna get kicked out. Okay, fine. Okay. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah.
Ari, can you hear me? Beautiful. Just one moment.
Rabbi, great to fucking meet you, man. Happy meeting. Hey, it's Ori here, man.
Ori, love to see you, baby. You're the legend. How you doing?
I'm fucking great, man. Rabbi, I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that you were so sophisticated and had like such a solid head on your shoulders. The way that you described what you like, because I was always a streamer, right?
Sure.
And I'm just like, see your bots, and I'm like, okay, you know, at first I'm like, this is a bullshit. But then you realize this is something's going on here. So you look into it and you realize, what's the motive? Then I see you talk about world peace, that data is the most necessary topic in the world over gold, air, water, wind, food, everything. And that you'll be the richest man in the world, and that you want to cure everything. You want a world peace. That's what your main goal is for all these channels. That you don't understand how when somebody looks at your account, they go, that's about this. When I tell them that this guy has the craziest intellect towards what this is for, you'll be shocked. And I said, so I'm happy to introduce you. Welcome, Rabbi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. This is such a wonderful opportunity to speak with you, Ari. If you don't mind, you hit it right off the bat perfectly. I stream my life for 24/7 for world peace. This goes back to the pandemic, more than 3 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You're exactly right, Ori. When you say data is Earth's #1 resource, that's correct. And that's not just Rabbi saying that. That's The Economist magazine. They stated that in 2018. Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today, as are you. You're either one of two things in this world. You're either a creator or you're a consumer, and you are someone who creates content, and that is amazing. We talk about some things that normally aren't discussed on this stream, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about nootropics and cold shock therapies. We talk about ambrosia therapy. But that gets into moving into a new type of technology known as mind uploading technology. And this is the very exciting thing. So listen up here. Mind uploading technology is where we scan your brain. We scan that beautiful brain of Ari's, if he wants, for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of himself, an android, an avatar, anything.
Rabbi, I have Lyme disease. I have a chronic illness. Yeah, I got bit by a tick when I was a kid. I used to ride motorcycles. I'm gonna die earlier than you. And absolutely, I want that.
Absolutely.
I
100%.
Please pray for Rabbi, and he figures this out before I die. Because if I'm cooked and my brain fries, you can't bring it back. No hypogeneric is gonna bring that back. Why do you think they froze Bin Laden's head? You know.
Well, I can tell you this, it's for revivification technology, essentially the idea of revitalizing people who were formerly dead and bringing them back to life. I can tell you this, Ari, and I want everybody to hear this. Ari, you have as much evidence as you have possible that I will do my everything to bring you back if that's the case. But let's find a cure to Lyme disease before then.
I really hope so.
Absolutely.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, and I developed, like you said, you developed a person emotional. This is just my friend here. I developed an emotional, maybe some sort of maybe between us. Maybe we don't know each other, but it's a little parasocial relationship.
Dude, Ari, I love you. I love you. You're amazing.
I love you too. I always tell my wife, don't ban Rabbi. We have a deal. World peace. He's fine. He's fine, Rabbi. He's fine.
Absolutely.
I'm serious. They always and they do it and they ban it. I'm like, this Rabbi. So I made a deal with Sean, which is my boss. Of course you know my boss.
Absolutely.
Sean and Kiki, they both said no more bans on your accounts. You're free to do whatever you want in my chat. 100%. I promote the absolute bet. I look forward to this because I think you're onto something that nobody else knows. I think you got something good.
You're 100% right.
I don't know if you watched your chat last night. I was in your stream on YouTube. I typed to you.
Oh,
and I
amazing.
said, I was typing in your YouTube. You had 2 viewers, and I could just see you were firing up each script. You had like 3 computers firing up script.
That's right.
What is this script for? I'm so intrigued and interested on the fact how, like, bro, everyone thinks that you're just like a pest, like parasite, like Rabbi. Oh man, but this man can code. Abe, if you tell this man to get this done, he's gonna get it done. Imagine if you got time and knowledge, you can get anything. It's like Elon Musk. This is literally a young Elon Musk right there.
You're so wonderful. Thank you so much, Ori. Well, you should know that I am no smarter than any other person. I'm completely average. And I've just had some different experiences, and I've been able to utilize those. I want everyone to know that what Ori said, you're such a good listener. So let's all take that into account. Ori's an amazing listener. He's absolutely right. I want world peace. That's what we push. I bought for peace. I would do this for no other reason. But I'm sick of hearing about people dying in the world. I dream of a day one day where nobody dies. And whether we're able to get there or not, I want to. If we want to get off planet and eventually start doing space tourism and interstellar travel, we need to have peace at home. And that's very, very important. So go ahead.
We need a I forget the word you need, but a galaxy, I forget the word is, but it's when you go through all this galaxy. Multiverse, but it's called we're basically, so if you look at like a country that's sad, obviously Cambodia, it's the second world country.
Sure.
America, world, amazing. Now, there's like another place that if we could just zip to
Teleporter.
Like
A teleporter.
Like you're making,
Absolutely.
Even more than that. Shit that we can't
100%. These will be known in the future as jump rooms. You walk through a door, a portal basically, and end up in another part of the world. Or absolutely. So this is known as a jump room, and I am a huge advocate of it. Some of the things that we discuss as well are ending world hunger, first and foremost, through the use of different technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. We talk about saltwater greenhouses and hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through the use of smart straws, through digging of wells, which we've already done with the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu cryptocurrency, and we look to keep doing more of that. And most of all, using desalination plants where we pump the water from the ocean onto land and make it drinkable. The earth is 2/3 water. There's no reason why we should have to worry about water shortages anywhere on earth. I'm a huge advocate for the developing world. I'm a huge advocate for countries having water access, both drinking water and ports. I think that's very important as well. Let me give you a quick tour if you don't mind, Ari. Is that okay?
I would absolutely love that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So over here, first and foremost, I got the world's best cryptocurrency. Oh, absolutely. So like this, is this better?
Yep, perfect.
Excellent.
I told everybody about how sophisticated this setup is. There's 3 bots rolling. I see the Discord one where you get kicked out of Ashes speeds.
Absolutely.
It's very sophisticated. But I was telling them, and that's what I wanted to show.
Thank you. So we've got a cryptocurrency Discord I've been live in for more than a year. Buy it. It's hitting all-time highs. Eddie Craven buy it. Aiden Ross buy it. Elon Musk buy it. Over here, we're live on 8 different Chromebooks, and I'll tell you it's over 33.
Rabbi Rothschild channel, world peace. Shout out to famous rabbi, viral rabbi, #viral rabbi. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. He gives too many shout outs to all these people. He gives shout out to Aisha Speed Neon.
Absolutely.
He doesn't get enough shout outs. Everyone go follow Rabbi. This is Rabbi Rothschild and World Hunger, World Peace. This is my boy, Big Holy Land Cult. You are part of my cult.
Thank you. Oh, absolutely. And let me say this, even before Ari and I knew each other, he never banned me. I never did anything to get banned, and he never banned me. He was always really, really sweet. And shout out to everyone who hasn't banned me. Over here in the corner, we have another device that's live on 33 different platforms, and I'll name the platform soon. Down here, we've got a bunch of different phones, and actually, I'm going to show you some issues that Kick has, and we're going to fix Kick together. I have it on video, and it's going to make you money. It's going to make Eddie money, and that's what it's about. I'm standing up for all the streamers right now. So
how they develop the not to cut you off, they develop the how to pay, the KCIP, they pay the streamers. Well, they're developing a new thing to pay viewers, right?
amazing. That's
And
amazing.
I came up with that in my chat. I have video footage of 3.5 months ago of me saying, chat, I got an idea. I'm going to come to Eddie with it. And then what happened? It got announced. Eddie announced it. And so I will say, there are people that very big names watching right now that are typing.
That's amazing.
You're a big name. You are, whether you like it or know it, you are a huge name. Everybody on Kick knows you. Aiden knows you. Trey knows you. Eddie knows you. Everybody knows you.
Excellent.
You are literally the Kick, like you said, God. You have 20,000 accounts. And
That's true.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. There's no account that doesn't know Rabbi. I'm not glazing. I'm just saying, because I see my chat. They're like, get this shit out of here. And I'm like, no, you don't understand.
So it's like listening to it. This shit is just blowing my fucking mind. Oh, welcome.
You're amazing. You're amazing. We're going to make you a trillionaire. You're never going to die. We're going to make sure that your friends and family are all taken care of for the rest of the time. I have more data on the internet than any person ever, and data is their number one resource. I'm going to be able to make you rich and Ari rich and his whole community, the whole Ari Land cult, everybody. You have to understand, I have more than 100 times more data than Mr. Beast alone. I'm live for more than 3 years. This is a time capsule for society. Over here alone, we're live in Aiden Ross's Discord. Shout out to Aiden Ross. Shout out to his Discord, his moderation team. They've been amazing to me. Shout out to iShowSpeed. Your moderation team has been wonderful. Specifically, shout out to Tootsie. Tootsie took care of everybody in there for me. Shout out to all of the different streams you got. I've got 3 different Discords on which I'm in here. And I've got a bunch of, not just Discords, but Chromebooks and platforms. Now what we're going to show you is how these bots work. And what... Sure.
Curious, Rabbi. So now you have like 9 different things. You there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you have like obviously 9 different devices with different screens per. There's a lot of internet. It's a lot of internet, especially electricity.
Yeah.
So is it profitable? I know right now it's a build up. It's like basically putting in for the long haul. I understand your goal and all that, and bandwidth 1,000,000% because you're taking Do you know, like they say, not to come off topic, but microtransaction, one Bitcoin transaction is enough to turn your lights on for a week.
100%.
So Rabbi's making, basically taking hypothetically, all the Bitcoin and putting it in one spot. Hypothetically, not literally, but hypothetically. In a different topic. Not to cut you off, but I was curious, how much does that shit cost? Because you got to run the whole time. I watch your stream. You sleep, and the bot signs you in.
Yeah, that's right.
It does the chat die. It does I'm like, wow, this is impressive. I literally watched it like, oh my god. I was watching it on stream with my watch party, your stream. And I was like, this is impressive. The chat's like, why are you watching this? I'm like, you guys don't know what you're looking at right now.
You are a man who can recognize some unique talents, perhaps. I can tell you that my power bill is no more than it needs to be because we have solar. And so basically every year...
Maybe start a goal. Maybe start a goal KCIP for Rabbi.
One of these days. Let's talk about that for a second, because this is really important. And so, Eddie Craven, I know you own Kick, and I want you to know that it's going to be very, very successful. But I just want you to know I'm a certified project management professional, and I do have some experience with app development. I've launched apps successfully on the App Store and Google Play. And I just want you to know that there's some major issues that we're going to show you. So one moment, I'm going to flip my camera. This is, okay, here we go. Excellent.
Turn off your auto lock on your iPhone.
Sure, just one moment, obviously. Just one moment.
So if Eddie's watching that, you can see this could go viral right here.
Like this?
No, it's not flip, so I see it's some of these black bars. You could, I guess it's okay. That works.
Okay, so what I'm going to show you first, this is how I do bots on the computer, or I'm sorry, on a phone. So I use, yeah, I want everybody to see my hand. Really, I'm sick of botting everybody. I'm ready to go viral. And
I'm ready for you to go viral, brother.
Excellent. So this is how it's done. There are all kinds of apps that you can download, but essentially this is an app. This is an app that's called Macro Recorder, and we'll put it on like 5-minute intervals, or I believe it's called Auto Clicker. So for
I used to do gambling, and so you needed an auto clicker to grab it first. So I would macro auto clicker to get the win gambling in CS skins back in the day.
Exactly.
So I know what you're doing. But for the chat that does it, it's a repetitive process, basically, without touching it.
Exactly. So right now, absolutely. So it's an auto clicker. So it's going to click it and stop it, and then it'll click again every 5 seconds. It'll click. I can change it to be every 3 seconds I want it to click, or every 1 second. Here it is, clicking every 1 second. And there you go. So you can do it as long as you want. You can program it, and it's really amazing. Okay, with that being said, here is a successful sign up. So Eddie, watch this. You have 200 people working for you. You really need to work on the sign up process, because this is costing people money. This is how people, their families are provided for, and I'm standing up for them. So here's a successful login. Okay, so that's just, so just so you see, it does work, but it only works about 33 to 50% of the time. So here,
Constantly retry, no matter if
yes, that's exactly right. And people don't understand this. And if you're a new user, it's a bad process for you. So here,
now Eddie doesn't realize this.
I know he doesn't.
As much as it sounds so bad to say, Rabbi, he would never. He has the power. Pause that for a second.
Sure.
Rabbi has the power and the capability and the tools at hand to maliciously. It could be malicious.
Oh, totally.
It is 0% malicious.
No.
You know how many times this man could make a bot to spam a dick in your Discord and just porn a
Yep.
Like if you weren't, like he could do anything he wanted. I was telling my chat, like if you get on Rabbi's bad side, not that it would be malicious because obviously it's against us, but like Eddie doesn't realize you're a tool. Like you were a literal fucking tool that they could use. Like they need a sign Rabbi. Okay, Eddie, Rabbi is very good. He's good at coding. This man knows what he's doing, and if he is telling you the problem on stream firsthand, like showing you the problem, like right there, that means that you can tell the intent's good. Nobody would show. If it was malicious, he would go, everyone, you can get 5,000 viewers like this.
Right.
Boom. If he wants, he can give anybody viewers. He doesn't want that. He wants to have his accounts make clips, make it world peace, Rabbi, viral Rabbi, all that. That's the whole plot. If you do realize it's probably easier for him to buy viewers than do this.
Totally. No one wants to make videos for billionaires so that they fix their platform. But here we go. This is going to be a successful sign up that tells a user unknown error.
So straightforward.
It presses the button. It says unknown error.
So it says unknown error, please try again, but it worked.
Everything went through Sam's, right?
This is what?
This is the last time at Sam's to clarify, because I've seen this. I know it's from Sam's stream.
No. No, this is brand new. I did this today. This was not on Sam's stream. This is brand new. Yeah. Eddie's never... Eddie's...
I want to run one in my chat right now. For example, you can go to Ori and use me an example, and you can show your bot on my channel.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you that bot, too. Don't worry. I just want to make sure that these issues are documented for the platform, because this is costing people money. It's costing Eddie money, but a lot of times you're a new user and you think you did something wrong and you didn't. I'm telling you, 50% of Kick's audience could grow if they fixed this. It's the sign up.
Rabbi looks at detail these things, finds problems, and
It's not sick like that. All right, here we go.
It will.
so this is a script chat. If for anybody that has a zero,
It's a macro. I use JitFit macro recorder. So here it is. Unknown error.
Please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
Okay.
There's a problem as well with fresh subs. My viewers, they can't subscribe. They can only gift a sub. It says unknown error. The same error you just got is when they try to subscribe for themselves. I have viewers that have hundreds of gifted, and they're not even allowed to subscribe themselves.
That's terrible. Well, at least we're documenting this, and he'll fix it. You see the kind of man Eddie is. He takes questions every week, and he'll fix this. This won't be long.
This bot right now. That's how locked in he cares about his platform. A billionaire will watch us and talk about their problems.
That's amazing. We're going to make Eddie, listen to me. You may be a billionaire now. I'm going to make you a trillionaire. So it signed up successfully. But then if I log out, watch, you're going to get another weird error.
I'm sure this video needs to log as well, and it's just going to stop. It's going to get everything. Great. Now what?
How many you have, Rabbi?
Unlimited, because I use temp email services.
Error there. That's
Okay, so here's the error. I name
69.
the user, please fix kick 69.
That's an error there. That's actually not true. Nobody has Eddie, please fix kick 69. How about so true? 56. Nobody has that. How about Eddie, please fix kick there? We'll just throw a random word in there.
Any word?
Username statement. That's a bad username. So I'm
Okay, and if you wonder how I did that, that's just a regular login and then a log out and then trying to create another account. And this is the final one.
So you're with us still. It's Eddie. He's fixed there. It's not working. Says he's fixed, but he's taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has.
Like you did, that was you earlier.
Exactly. Ori's Rabbi made a bot for Ori.
Yeah, that was the name. That
Exactly.
So that didn't take you long at all.
No, it takes me 15 seconds.
Right, I figured. That's why I was reacting at first to get you in here, because I usually I say hi to you.
You're good.
Like, you're sleeping, so it's because I know you're about to resume.
You're absolutely right.
How do you everything that I do? Because I know how much opportunity.
I mean, Eddie's given me 150 subs. He's been at my channel. He's watched on Eddie. Rabbi knows all the little intricate small things that need to be fixed. I'm guarantee he doesn't want money.
No, I don't. I just want it to be the best platform possible.
You are Jewish, correct?
Absolutely.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom.
That's why we love each other so much.
Absolutely. So, Eddie, what you're going to be seeing here, I'll speed it up a little bit just for time, is you're going to be seeing me signing up for a new account, getting the 6-digit code, and you'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%. If they were doing it.
I thought it was going to work because it took a long time. Usually, if it takes long, it works, but not this time.
In the chat, so that there's a lot of people who are ready to see what you're really made about.
I don't know.
Absolutely. I'll show them that in a second. 1 second. So
for a basic setup user, it's
exactly. And you got to imagine, we have very popular people who don't have a lot of time, and their friends are like, please join this platform. Please join this platform. So they take the time to do it, and that's their user experience. That's not going to fly. All right. So if you want to see my bot in action, the one that spams, we're going to flip the camera over here. And what's it doing? You can see it.
Here's the main feed. This is everything. This is the juice, man.
Absolutely. So this person got me banned from chat. So that's good. They're on their A game. That was PX6. Shout out to PX6. I'm going to have a shout out for them a little bit later if Ari allows us. So what we're going to do is close this. And what it does is it just finds the next just chatting channel and it will spam them. And essentially, it's how I got to this point. The fact is, in global history, have we never had basically a person on a platform who isn't a user on the platform, who isn't a streamer on the platform? But because I multi-stream and I'm everywhere, I have the ability to still stream my life while also making everyone aware of what I do on the platform. So it's going to press the follow button here. Absolutely. Absolutely. AI will be able to automatically edit my videos over 24 hours and down to a 3-minute or 2-minute or 1-minute summary for people on a daily basis. And you can just find out what I'm doing and we can grow up together. So what it did, it just pressed the follow button. The next thing that it will do is it will create a clip of the channel. And then once it creates a clip, it will spam the person. And when it spams the person, it does it like 8 times, and then it goes to the next person.
Any streamer on Kick that's watching a small streamer middle streamer, anybody, or mod, if you see clips by Rabbi Rothschild, this is what's doing. He's not actually. So, is the clips more profitable? Because I noticed when you started doing clips, because I've been streaming a long time, you know that.
Yeah.
I stream every day for 20 hours. I've been live for 27 hours right now. Now, is it more profitable for you to spam clips rather than join Discord for real piece? You know, the original.
Absolutely. Both are excellent. I've got to say, both have different audiences. So some people who put on some kind of blocker on my spam cannot put on a blocker, which is something that perhaps Kick needs to do for clips. So if they're not going to see my spam, they're going to see my clips, because the only way to get rid of my clips currently is for the actual streamer to be able to delete them. So I just was like, everyone did. I
don't know. Once I noticed what you were doing and what the goal was, because at first every streamer's confused. What is going on? And I think once they see this, that's why I wanted to do this. Like, once they see this, because I tried to tell my chat, and my mods were like, "What are you even saying?" And I'm like, "No, like, he's like for real. Like, this is real. Like, I'm gonna prove it, and I'm gonna call him. Like, this is real. It's not just like some funny like bot that spams. Like, this is like some intricate shit here."
Absolutely. If world peace is going to happen at any time and anywhere, this is the time, this is the place, and perhaps this is the method. And so you've gotten a chance to see bots that work. And also, Eddie, if you see this, and Santa Maria, just know that I'm here if you ever need any help. But you see that things are going to get fixed. I know they're going to get fixed. I know the way that you guys operate, and you're going to put a team on this. I heard Eddie say recently that he had 200 people working for Kick and 1,000 working for Stake. He really needs to double it. If he wants to be the best, he needs to double it and make sure it's perfect. And then get rid of all the people if you need to. But for right now, he want to make sure that this is the best platform possible. And his current team just doesn't have the sheer possibility to push out updates fast enough. I see how fast you push up updates, and it needs to be faster. You need to be able to adapt to the environment. And when you have people like I'm a nice person. Imagine if I were being malicious. You would really need a big team to be able to adapt. So with that, Ari, do you mind if I do some shout outs?
It would be impossible to stop you from malicious. Absolutely shout out whoever you want, as many people as you want. Shout out to Rabbi, let alone, you never get to shout out to Rabbi Rothschild, ending world peace, a viral Rabbi, longest YouTube streamer on YouTube, viral Rabbi Rothschild, man.
Thank you so much. So if you didn't have the opportunity to hear that, this goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've talked about how we want to end world hunger. We've talked about how we want to end world thirst. We talked about life extension and mind uploading. And again, I said it before, Ari, I'm going to do everything that I can to help you with any health issues that you have. And if something happens, we're going to bring you back if that's what you want. And you guys heard it here first. Content is king.
If I die, end up hypothetically, sadly, God forbid, will you play my VODs?
Oh, absolutely. Dude, we have your VODs saved now. If you know, on my archive. Yeah, so absolutely. You will live into eternity. But here's the thing. We're going to get you back. It's called revivification technology. If, God forbid, we have to get you back, we will. You and all those people who were cryogenically frozen, and also other technological ways to bring people back, we will. But I don't want that to happen. We're going to find...
Where's your stream? Where can I find your stream?
Right? Sure. Apologies, Ari. Can you hear me?
Yep, beautiful.
Excellent. And this is what I'm here to fix. I hate apps that don't work. I hate batteries that run out. I'm here to fix technology. All of this is really important for me to fix. Thank you. So right now, content is king. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person. So, yo, everyone, tell everyone you know, come to Ori's stream right now. We're going to light this place on fire. We are here. No fear. Get over it. Quit watching all the other streamers right now and watch this stream. Tell everyone you know. And if you see this, make sure to make clips, because I'm going to name all the biggest streamers on the internet. And if you're the biggest and all your biggest streamer friends aren't on this, they're going to want to be, and they're going to benefit from this, because a rising tide lifts all ships. Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, text everyone you know. I want them to watch this stream right now, because we're going viral. I'm going to show you some magic, baby. This is a fireside chat for the 31st century. Please tell everyone you know about this and share it once it's done. Please make Rabbi viral. Please make Ari viral. Thank you to everyone. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I share my platform with you no matter what. And if you ever want to come, and if you have like a new implementation, you want to be like, hey, Ori, I want to show you something. Feel free to say, hey, in my chat, you can type like an old man. Ori, call me up, brother. Like, just on some friendship, man. We're locked into. I'm gonna add you on Discord.
Absolutely.
Also, people are worried, or you crash over there. Curious where they can find your stream.
Oh, yeah. Great question. Apologies for that. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube filter by live. I'm going to tell everybody how you can find all my stuff right now. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. My blog is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Just remember to press my face. It's the longest blog entry you'll ever see. My linktree is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. The first link on there, that's YouTube. If you click that, you'll see all my YouTubes simultaneously. You can find me anytime by typing Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. The key is filtering by live. Type hashtag Viral Rabbi in any search engine and filter by live. I have more content than anyone ever. Over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram channels. For YouTube, type Rabbi Rothschild. For Instagram, type Rabbi Rothschild. 300 Twitch channels, Rabbi Rothschild. 1,000 TikTok accounts, search Viral Rabbi. 2,000 Twitter accounts, search Rabbi Rothschild or Viral Rabbi. And over 10,000 Kick accounts, usually they're under Join Rabbi's Discord. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I use Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea, Instagram, Imager, Reddit. Look me up. Just type hashtag Viral Rabbi in Reddit, and you'll see my AMAs. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Shout out to iShow Speed's Discord. Shout out to Kai Sanat's Discord. Shout out to Billy. That's big in China. Vaughn Live. I'm live on Omi TV, many times Flickr, Telegram. I'm live in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, and I have been for more than a year. Live on Facebook, Pinterest. We have accounts. Check out Tumblr. Check out VKontakte. That's huge in Russia. Locals. I'm live on Locals right now. People don't even know what that is, and I'm live there. Check out WeChat. Of course, we're on WhatsApp, and you can check out, even people have written about me on 4chan and 8chan and all that stuff. Check out SoundCloud. You can check me out on MySpace and maybe find something. Check me out on Camfrog. You can check me out. I'm live on Loco TV. We have Vigo Live, Nemo TV, Nono Live. I have a podcast on Spotify, Rabbi Rothschild Podcast. It's the Kick Podcast. D Live, YouNow. We are live on Breakers TV, True Vote, Vault, Odyssey, FC2 Live, and Arena TV. The way I'm able to multi-stream so much is because I use Rumble streaming software, which is really light. And you were asking, like, how are you able to do all that with the internet and everything? Because it multi-streams, it's actually pretty light on my bandwidth. While it's obviously heavy upload, it's manageable. So I'm live on like 330 different streams right now because I multi-stream on so many different platforms, on so many different devices. I want to thank everybody, and I want everyone to know that I stand up for everyone. People everywhere on earth, wherever they are. I am here to stand up for all beings in the universe. I want peace everywhere, not just in the world, but the universe. First, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on stream, Ari. I understand I have a lot to say, and if you don't have time to allow me to say everything, then I understand. Oh, no, we're friends forever. Absolutely. And just know that the content that I have to say, absolutely. We have the opportunity to go viral, and it's in the best, your and the world's best interest to just let me roll. So let me tell you a quick history of how I learned about Ari. I was just a regular streamer, just like anyone else, and I noticed one day someone who was very front and center of the camera, who had a very recognizable face, and I saw that he had a really short, easy to remember kick username, and it was Ari. And I immediately started watching him and immediately started interacting with him, and immediately he started interacting back. And I thought, wow, not only is Kick a really special platform because you're able to make connections with the streamers so quickly, but this person is really engaged with their audience. And ever since then, Ari has been in my mind as one of my favorite streamers. We bonded then, we bonding now. I've been in his Discord for months. He's always been very kind to me. So have his moderators. Shout out to you all. Additionally, reasons why Ari's amazing. He has an engaging personality and he just draws viewers in. I could just watch him do reaction videos all day long. He has unique content. You never know what he's going to have. He has amazing people from Monkey who we met. Shout out to his friend who we saw. And then he brings on a rabbi who's talking about world peace. You never know what Ari's going to have. He has a really strong community and community-driven effort. Yeah, like it's small and it's a one-man crew, but he has a great people who support him, great viewers who are there for him. He's always talking in the chat. You know, this is a really interesting thing about Ari. For some people, the chat is just there. For Ari, it's like another character on his stream. It is essentially part of his stream, and it shows how true Ari is to his community. He's so consistent. He's always streaming. I mean, he's been streaming for like more than 30 hours or awake 30 hours. I mean, just incredible fortitude. And he's just a really funny person. So shout out to Ari. Shout out to the
fucking rabbi, man. Damn, man, I'm not great at taking compliments, and even my mother doesn't talk to me like that. But that was a very deep, and I feel a certain way, man. Rabbi, what I see you say, you said like I've gained a lot of. You said you bonded a lot over time.
Yeah,
you met.
absolutely.
You weren't even talking to me.
No, I wasn't.
Nobody else.
That's true.
Even though I would see it.
That's absolutely true.
That's why I really genuine. You're a solid dude.
You're wonderful, Ari. And if you don't know what Ari's mentioning, it was a recent Sam Bond interview that I did that I referenced later. Check that out. We cover a lot of topics there. And what he's saying is that over the course of the months that I have been more and more engaged in Kick, I've gotten to know all of you. I've been brought into your homes, onto your boats, into your lives, and seen good times for you and bad times for you. And I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate them being so open with themselves to allow the world in and to a portal into their life. It's just amazing. And that's how I met Ari. That's how I've been able to meet so many wonderful.
I want to do a roll call for every streamer out there right now, Rabbi. If you are still banning rabbis, bots, let's stop it. No more. No, let's be real. It's for a good cause. It's not like it's hurting you. You should read a couple messages. Yes, it might be tedious.
Here, I'll teach you what you can do if you don't want the bots at all. You can have a pretty long rules message. Just look at Lurk24's rules. He never gets banned because his rules are really long, and I don't program the bots to scroll all that. And then also, what you can do is turn on a 1 or 2 minute delay after the follow, and you won't get spammed. But you should know that I don't think I'm going to have to spam for too much longer. I'm getting more and more famous, and I want the people who have supported me, including you, Ari, including the people from Kick, including the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. This coin's going to the moon. Thank you for all the people in this cryptocurrency. If you're wondering, like, what is all of this, like, Sonic the Hedgehog stuff? This is a cryptocurrency that started out as a meme coin. It was worth less than a penny when I started with it, and now it's worth 33 cents, and it's just going up. And so just know that one of these, it's an NFT, when I first started looking at them, I mean, they were basically free. They were like $800. Now they're $11,000. So shout out to the Sproto community. Shout out to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 community. It's going up. So Aiden Ross, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Eddie Craven, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Elon Musk, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. I stand up for streamers, and the numbers that sometimes I see on Kick are not accurate, and I want everybody to know it. Sometimes I see people who have 10,000 viewers and no chatters, and that just doesn't happen. And so I want Eddie to know that people see this and they want to be able to trust the site. I understand people buy and people have all kinds of tricks up their sleeve, and that's why I think that it's in your best interest to hire more engineers and programmers to be able to combat this. You don't want to be reactive. You want to be proactive. You want to have things in place.
At a certain POV, I will say, streaming on here, I was partnered the third day of this thing. Certain and it used to be where I would look over, and it would be just like swastikas, and like I would have 39,000 followers or 35,000 viewers, and they didn't have the anti-bot protection. They definitely work on it, but you make Twitch, a lot of bots, and then like people say they have your intelligent level, and then they flip it maliciously. Now it's a problem.
100%. Well, there are ways that these can be combated, and perhaps no system is perfect, but something's got to be done, because if you do have the opportunity to be able to log in and not get the server error, well, then how are you supposed to trust a platform? And then I'm going to be honest with you, and Eddie, Santa Maria, the whole Kick team, how am I going to trust Stake? When you want to take my money to gamble and I can't trust you with my streaming experience, boy, that's why I say I think Stake needs a lot more employees as well to make sure that it is the most smooth, most efficient platform possible. And I think that you see, if we have the issue that we're experiencing with Kick, imagine what kind of issues Stake may have. I don't even use Stake, but I'm going to one day. I'm going to be a huge gambler on Stake, but only once I can trust it. And everybody feels that way.
Let's hit it here. Let me say, shout out to Rabbi. You need to make a specific kick that you stick to and go live on Kick. You would be, dude, Aiden Ross knows about you. Like, everybody on this app knows your name, what your name is. You know what I mean? Rabbi Rothschild. It's the mainstream in Kick.
Absolutely. Well, that will happen. That will certainly happen. Thank you so much. And I want people to know, in some other topics, I'm a huge advocate for open source software. I'm against permanent bans. I think they are too strict. Can you hear me? Excellent. I think they are too strict and at least need annual reevaluation. I stand up for women. I'm an advocate for women. I'm a feminist. I am for the Equal Rights Amendment. I advocate for women in all aspects of society. I advocate for people in all aspects of society. I said it before and I'll say it again. I won't stop saying it. Why can I show my nipples but not a woman? That's de facto discrimination. The technocracy needs to address the fact that their platforms openly discriminate. Yes, I hear you. And I hear everyone out there. It's not right. We have open discrimination based on gender, and I want to stop it. I don't think it's okay to discriminate based on the color of someone's skin nor their content. So thank you for letting me say that.
You're very welcome. Man, I want to give you another opportunity to speak. We'll DM you earlier. It wasn't the proper time. I know you can't. You had to make your own time.
That's okay.
We'll go into detail about maybe we'll go into debates about, you want to talk about anything, you can platform on my account, you can have fun. We'll have talks for sure. Excellent. I have you on this account, right, on Discord. You don't have
that's the one to use. So yeah, yeah, I have like dozens, but the one that I communicate with you, that's the one that you want to use. And do you mind if I just mention a few last points?
100%.
Excellent. Really important things for the world. are gravity batteries as opposed to lithium batteries. Gravity batteries use microgravity that essentially in your purse or your pocket will charge your phone and they never have to be charged again. I'm a big advocate for the hydrogen car. Hydrogen is the universe's most abundant element, and it's much safer than perhaps lithium ion batteries. And so I look to hydrogen cars in the future. The one reason why we haven't had mass adoption of hydrogen cars is because it's hard to find hydrogen fueling stations. But just know that the most abundant element on Earth can be made pretty cheaply, much cheaper than electricity, perhaps, and petroleum. I'm a huge advocate for Wikipedia. If you can, please give to Wikipedia. Wikipedia may not always be free, and you may want to be grandfathered in. So give to it if you can. I'm a huge advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. This is a tunnel that that connects Asia and North America, and that would allow you to drive from New York to London or Cape Town. Additionally, I want to, and it's only 51 miles that need a tunnel or a bridge or something, and then also about 70 miles known as the Darien Gap between Panama and Colombia. If we're able to build a road with the Darien Gap and the Pan American Highway, you would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or Rio de Janeiro to wherever you want in Africa, to Cairo, to perhaps Cape Town, and hold on a second, Pretoria, or and where else you want.
With that said, Rabbi for president.
Well, thank
Rabbi
you.
for president.
I appreciate that. If people know who Bob Lazar is, I'm a huge advocate for Bob Lazar. Absolutely. Thank you, Ari. I love you so much. I didn't even need to know that you knew who Bob Lazar was. Exactly. Shout out to Bob Lazar. Shout out to Element 115, also known as Moscovium and Unum Pentium. This is really an opportunity at anti-gravity here and ability at huge amounts of power. I think we need to study in chemistry the higher level elements. Sure, we know what hydrogen and helium are, but how about Unum Pentium? We don't really go into them too much, and I'd like to. Okay, so I'm just going to go into it. Ari, I got a lot of shout outs for individuals. I'm going to run through them.
Let's get it.
This shout out to West Call. You have an amazing Discord. Neon, tell your mods to quit kicking me out of calls. Aiden Ross, you're amazing. Your Discord's amazing. Your mods are amazing. Spreen, you're amazing. Ilisamaki, DRB78, shout out to you. SXB, XQC, Cry Fusi, Davo XENs, you're amazing, dog. Mr. Steven TC, RD Javi, Kostu, Ire, Rothschild, Maherko, King Tekka, Odablock, Absi, Bruniger, Hype, Kang Joel, La Cobra, Derek, Classy Beef, Nexus, Melstroy 271, Egg, RS7, Vodka Funky, RRA Re, Action Man, DLS PX6, Bugasa, Cheezer, Symbol, Abu, Albir 16, Amaranth, Neatru, YouTube, Cian Smith, Ramos 53, Japzan, Baninaru, Gabby Dodo, Convi, Closer, Danas TV, Los Poyos TV, Earl of Knox. Shout out to Hanridge. She does Kick News. It's amazing. Hanridge, I want to see this on there. I want to see this on there. This is as big a Kick News as you're going to get. We are live streaming, fixing the platform. Watch Kick News. Watch Hanridge. She's amazingly talented. I could watch a 24-hour news station of just Kick News. It's amazing. And also, we've got Kick News with Burger Planet and Kick News itself and all the good people who make content on Kick, including Kick Clips. Shout out to Kick Clips. Shout out to Vitali. Let me back in your Discord if you can. Shout out to Ice Poseidon. Now, these are the biggest YouTube. I've got the biggest YouTubers and the biggest Twitchers, but you never know. This might allow us to go viral. I'm going to run through them. Shout out to MPL Indonesia, LCK, LOL Esports, iShow Speed. Shout out to your server. You're amazing. Your Discord server is amazing. Shout out to Lane Quinn, Mobile Esports, Miko Cho, LOL Pacific Championship Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang Indonesia, Hank Lauren, Pinkarod, Seti Anwad, Banyuan, Crafton India Sports, Gaulis, ESL Counter-Strike, Omakola, Wunda Basurari, MPL Philippines, Subaru Kazua Channel, CBLOL, LOL ZZZ Gaming, Nobrew, Blast Premier, Garena Rove, Thailand, Radio Convos, 89.9. Shout out to DJ Mario. Shout out to all of the Japanese channels that I can't pronounce. Masiak. Shout out to Johanna Tien. Shout out to R7 Tatsumaki, DNKT. Shout out to Koyori. Shout out to Chuck 3 Cyril. Shout out to Capcom Fighters Japan. Shout out to Ludwig. Shout out to Zin Typecat Gamer, Botan, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Shout out to MPL Malaysia, PGL Dota 2, Stelluto TV, Jonathan Leandy. Shout out. Now, these are the biggest Twitchers. KL, K Dural, and this is this week. All this is hot, baby. Riot Games, Papa LaPlette, Ibai, Elasa 97, Echo Esports, Hassan Abbey, Case O, Golas, OT Ploy, Zach Rard. Shout out to all of you guys. Please watch my recent interview with Sam Bond and like, upvote, and subscribe on YouTube. Sam Bond, thank you so much for that interview. And Ori, thank you for yours. Jen. Follow Sam Bond on Kick. And Sam Bond is Sam B. Bond on Instagram. He's Sam Bond on Kick. If you are a fan of these streamers, please clip this video and publish it everywhere you can. I'm here to make people trillionaires. For these streamers, please feature this content. Watch this content on your stream. I'm going to make all of you, your friends, your families rich. I have more data than anyone. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and this is a big deal. You want to document what you did to best promote this stream. Shout out.
Now,
go ahead.
If you ever look at Rabbi and you think, wow, that is a lot. This man has a lot of goals. And you think about what's going through his head right now. Lots of plans, goals, planning for the environment. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like yesterday on Sam Bond, shout out BL. Here we are today.
Beautiful.
Shout out Aiden Ross. Hopefully you're there.
Absolutely. Aiden Ross, shout out Ori. Eddie, shout out to you. Thank you for building such a great platform. Santa Maria, I didn't send you that middle finger candle. I think you can see I just want to help you. I think you're really smart. You're building a really great platform, but that was someone impersonated me. Aiden Ross, you're amazing. Shout out to you. Buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Eddie, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Shout out to Neon. Shout out to X Straight Savage. Absolutely. Shout out to Orlando Jet, X Straight Savage, XQC, Fusi. I know I named some of these people already, but I don't care. Malibu Bailey. Shout out to Lil Scam Live. Ari, you're amazing. I love you so much. Shout out to iShow Speed. Shout out to Mr. Beast. I'm going to overtake you, and that's going to be a great day. Shout out to T-Series. I'm going to outpace you on YouTube. Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure you hit like Subaru and like Nissan in there, man. You got every shout out in the entire world.
Absolutely.
Rabbi, so I want to, after we're going to finish up, DM me. We're going to DM topics to each other.
Absolutely.
We'll just like, not tonight, but like maybe tomorrow or the next day, we'll just, whenever you're free, just, and I'm doing something on stream, we'll raise up on the topics. And we'll just, because you know, you have a lot of what you think is literally very influential.
Absolutely.
It's like a hyperfixation on it. It's like a sort of thing. It's a very cool thing. Go ahead, Al.
Oh, excellent. Shout out to Beyonce. I love your name. I remembered it. Caspian Sea, Elisa Jordana. Shout out to Davio Axinisi. This is the guy who I was talking about with Spanish, who speaks Spanish with Messi on the wall. So just one moment. Let's see if we can get this going just real quick. This.
You guys are right here. I can hear you.
You do you, baby. Shout out to La Agustina. Shout out to Razo 97.
Ustedes están aquí, ¿no es así, nena? Un saludo a la Agostina. Un saludo a Rothschild.
Shout out to Nick White. Shout out to everybody who speaks Spanish. Shout out to Sweater GXD, Sweater Good, Moises, Zena the Witch. Shout out to SJC, Guido. Shout out to FaZe Osmond, Mike Baby. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man, I was just in your Discord and I just entered it and I got thrown out within 3 seconds. Please let me back in. If you're wondering how can documenting your life be positive, it provides a treasure trove of data that can be valuable to researchers and businesses. By tracking everything you do, it's possible to be able to monetize the data. Shout out to everyone else out there. And I want everyone to know in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, I love you very much. We're going to take this coin to the moon. And you should also know that I'm in a fantasy football league. And I'm going to now shout out TVMU. What You Say, Bro, $1 Million Muggle, No Coom, All Glory, The Tickets, The Spastic Spatulas, Team Hurricane Nate, Sproto 69ers, Black Cats, Bitcoin 2, $69.42, and Pam Ketchum. And when Ari returns, I'm going to tell him some of the things that we can talk about in the future. Shout out to Adele, Ringo Starr, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Kendrick Lamar, The Rolling Stones, Vinyl / all of you too, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay, Imagine Dragons, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel, Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He's back. I'm almost done, baby. Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Hosier, Camila Cabello, John Marcia, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Florence and the Machine, Mumford Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry, Pearl Jam, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, The Killers, Beck, Jesse Ward, Nora Jones, Lenny Kravitz, Tame Impala, Usher, Bryce Vine, Wiz Khalifa, Eminem. And when we talk in the future, some of the topics we can talk about are future clocks, atomic clock, nuclear clock, optical clocks, astronomical clocks, and then also just to give some people an idea. When Rabbi and Ori talk next time, what are some topics? An acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and inflammatory processes, and perhaps an anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing treating prion diseases, artificial gills, a device that allows humans to.
We gotta lock right in on in specific. Like, I want to bring that up. Somebody clip this. Everyone, next time we talk, me and Rabbi, we're gonna go in detail about specific topics that he's bringing up now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And a new word for the chat for next time, xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilizations and their artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets or moons. I'm going to leave on this one last point. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole law. The rest is mere commentary. This is a tractate of the Talmud from Shabbat 31a. Thank you so much, Ari, for allowing me to be here. World peace to everyone. Shalom, and we'll talk soon, Ari. Thank you.
Rabbi, shalom, my brother. You know we're gonna be DM each other. Today
Word.
is the start of a new friendship.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Make this go viral. Share with everyone you know.
Let's get it. Let's go viral, man. Viral Rabbi, man. Let's get it, boys.
Shalom, everyone.
Thank you.
Xenoarchaeology, motherfuckers. Shout out to Rabbi. Shout out to Rabbi.
תינוקות של בית רבן, babies that sits and learn Torah in yeshiva, because of their Torah, if something probably went wrong in their Torah, that there are so many sins over there. Why? If they would do what they're supposed to do, supposedly this sin should not take place. So that means something is wrong, and chas v'shalom it can affect the kids. That's why the Gemara say, Kol Israel arevim ze lazeh. A Jew makes a sin in New York, a Jew in Tel Aviv can die because of it. We are all connected. So it's a system. If you take out one screw from the laptop here, something can go wrong in the other side of it, in a different system. It's a chain reaction. You don't see the connection, right? Sometimes you go, you tell the doctors, my finger hurts, right? You tell him my finger hurts, he goes to your back. He press on certain places. You tell him, what hell, you fool. I'm telling you my finger hurts. Why are you touching my back? I say, you are the fool. It's all the nerve system. The root of this finger starts here in the spine. You don't understand how it goes. This is it. You know, if your feet are not proper, your back hurts. It's all the same thing, you know. This is how it goes. Then the Gemara continues, 3 things makes the person poor. I'm sure nobody wants to be poor, especially now when everybody becomes poor anyway. You don't want to speed it. You know, we try to prevent the decree as much as we can. What are they? Not all of them applies to us, Baruch Hashem, but let's say it anyway. One is a person, in the old days there was no bathroom like today. You go in, you close the door, you have air condition, lights, marble, mirrors, towels, all kinds of creams. 5 Spanish were there today to clean for you, you know, from Peru, from Zimbabwe, from Guatemala. No, a different world today, in the old days. Bathroom was a little bucket. A person wants to make what he needs to do, and not every 5 minutes he's going to go to the street or go to the forest. So they used to have, we call it in Hebrew, paila. They have a little bucket, round bucket, they take it to the corner, they make, and later, once or twice a day, they go and they spill it somewhere in a shavy or something like that, or in a lake that takes it away. That's how it was. That's the life like today. Rabbi, which toilet paper should I buy? This one or that? It's not soft enough. What was the toilet paper? Leaves from the tree. Leaves. They used to take the leaves, clean it as much as they can, and that was the bathroom. I remember when I was a kid, there was no disposable diapers. They had to make laundry to the diapers. I can't imagine how it was possible, but I know everybody was doing it 30, 40 years ago, right? So I guess it was possible. So anyway, the Gemara say 3 things makes a person poor. 1, who stands naked in front of his bed, the bed that he sleeps at night, and make his bathroom, standing and making into this bucket naked in front of his bed. It's a mystical thing. Don't ask me what's the connection, I don't know. But I'm telling you the secrets of the Talmud. That's one way to become poor. 2nd, someone who disrespects Netilat Yadayim. He has plenty of water, but you know, he puts a little bit. No, you have to put tons of water. Don't be lazy to refill it. The more water you spill, the better it gets. What's the secret here? If you make a bracha, אשר קידשנו במצוותיו וציוונו על נטילת ידיים, abbreviation אני. על, עין, נטילת, נון, ידיים, יוד, אני. You don't want to be poor? Make sure you put a lot of water. Water is parnasa, it's bracha. And 1, that אשתו מקללתו בפניו. A person that got to a point with his wife that she cursed him in his face. That was something very rare in the old days. Maybe they did not dream that today it will happen every 5 seconds. They didn't dream. It used to happen once in a blue moon in the old days. But if a person got to a situation that his wife cursed him in his face, that's already like a red line that nobody can think of, you know. And in that case, something like this can lose the blessing in a house. It takes away the blessing and brings poverty to this family. Okay, so then we continue. אמר רבי שמעון בן לקיש, אם תלמיד חכם, if someone is a real תלמיד חכם, what's considered תלמיד חכם? Who is a תלמיד חכם? Is every rabbi is a תלמיד חכם? Is every speaker is a תלמיד חכם? No, the answer is no. תלמיד חכם means a person that every question you ask him about every subject in Judaism, he knows what to answer. Of course, once in a while he can forget one or two, questions, answers. Nobody is an angel. But in general, over the years, every question you call, you ask, you come, you ask, right at the spot, he knows the answer. He knows the answer, or sometimes he knows where to find it. In a minute, he pulls the book, he opens the book, there is the answer. That's called a Talmid Chacham. Okay. So, what does they say about Talmid Chacham? They say like this. אם תלמיד חכם נוקם ונותר כנחש הוא, חוגרהו על מותניך. This if is a Talmid, the Torah say you should not take revenge against any Jew. Don't take revenge. What does it mean to take revenge? There are two ways to do it. One is called nokem, and one is called noter. The Torah say lo tikom velo titor. Linkom, it's to take revenge. What's lintor? It's to keep in your mind what he did to you, and then later you mention it to him. I give two examples. Lo tikom means you ask your friend for a hammer. You needed to bang some nails on the wall. He told you, no, I can't give it to you. 2 weeks later, he needs a hammer. He comes to you and says, can I borrow your hammer? You're not allowed to tell him, you want a hammer from me? 2 weeks ago I asked for you, you didn't give me. I'm not giving you.
That motherfucker
You
from
don't deserve
ER.
it. This is a sin from the Torah, like eating pork. You have to tell him, of course. Sure, here's my hammer. Why? What's the point? The next time he will learn his lesson. This will achieve improvement in his life better than tell him I won't give it to you because you didn't give it to me. What does it mean, lo titor? Same thing, you ask the hammer from him and he did not want to give it to you. 2 weeks later he comes to ask, so you give it to him, but you say one thing, you say, you see, I'm not like you. When I asked from you, you didn't want to give me, I'm giving you. Just saying that, it's also a sin from the Torah, like eating shrimps. That was pork, this is shrimps. Why? I gave it to him. I wanted to teach him. No, the Torah said no. So it means lo tikom and lo titor. However, we find something that is a complete opposite here. Completely the opposite. What? The Torah says if he's a Talmid Chacham, sometimes it's mitzvah for him to take revenge. What are we talking here about? Not about personal things about his own life. No. Somebody who disrespected his Torah, he didn't give him the proper respect. Now the problem that this person has is not with that rabbi, is with Hashem. I can forgive my honor, the rabbi should say, but I cannot forgive in the name of Hashem. Then when he has a problem. So sometimes it's mitzvah to teach the people, listen, we are not expert when and what, but just to give you an idea that something like this exists. Then,
that motherfucker.
If
he didn't do it.
Your neighbors are Amei Aratzot, complete ignorance.
That was season 2 then. Fuck it. He comes out of that motherfucker looking like a T-Rex.
They don't know anything, your neighbors. Make sure to leave this neighborhood immediately. Don't continue to live with such neighbors. Not because you have to hate them. No. That's not what we say here. The risk of living in a bad neighborhood that nobody knows Torah, they're too modern, or they're not religious at all, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to ruin your children. Guaranteed. Why? Who your children is going to play with? With his kids. His kids walk without yarmulke, without tzitzit. They curse. They repeat what they watch in their television. Every other word is a curse. Right?
No.
Then all of a sudden he comes with a earring. Age 12, he comes with a tattoo. You already have a girlfriend. Your kids goes to good yeshiva. They holy kids. Your kids and his kids. It's like putting milk and cheese together.
Wait, it is season 1.
The meat and cheese together doesn't go together.
Hold on.
Rabbi,
What
it's
is this
cheap
shit?
here, you know, I'm gonna move over there, I'm gonna pay
Dog.
double rent.
I'm telling you, this motherfucker.
You
is
better
season
work
one.
until 3 o'clock at night and be over
Why?
there,
'Cause I was supposed
then
to
live
be in
over
bed.
here in a comfortable way, and then your children's
watch
gonna
that
have also
shit,
their
but I
own
heard
hearings
about it.
later on. Yes,
Well, I'm watching.
short. Yeah.
Hurry the fuck up. There it is. He did it. He
You
did it.
want to
Oh,
help
it is
them, you
season
move
one.
to a good
Fuck
place, and you come like I do.
Eric
See, I come
Marcel.
from very far to give lectures. I don't
Fuck
have
yeah.
to be the neighbors of not
No,
religious
it's that-
people in
oh,
order
yeah.
for me to make them religious.
yeah.
I can travel. I can, invite them to seminars, invite them to lectures, speak
Dog,
to them
what
on the
was that?
phone, send them letters, give them books,
All right.
give them CDs, no problem.
What the fuck?
Nowhere in the
Stupid
Torah
ass.
there's an obligation to be their neighbor. The opposite. The Gemara said that a millionaire came to Rabbi Yossi. He told him, Rabbi, we have our town
Oh, hell yeah. And then
loaded
the
with
Men in Black
money,
theme song?
and we don't have
Does
a
it get any
rabbi.
fucking better than
I
that?
want you to come be our rabbi, and
Xenoarchaeology. Go fuck
everything you
yourself.
want, just name it. We'll give it to you. We have no problem of money. Just come be our rabbi. He told them, if you give me all the money and the gold in the world, I will not live anywhere besides a place that has Torah there already. Not that I'm going to move to a desert and make Torah over there. First, I'm going to go to a place that there is Torah. Why? For my children. They have where to go to learn. Once my children are safe and we have a religious neighborhood, then I'll cross the fence to the next neighborhood and make them also religious. But to come on the expense of my own children, no, there's no permission. So this is it. I know that some other people do it when they're taking a big risk. Sometimes they get lucky. Sometimes the children pay the price. You see it. So we need, in general, we need a lot of siyata dishmaya, because sometimes people can live in the best neighborhood in the world and their kids go off the way. It's the souls that came to the world like this already. From the day they're born, they're not interested in Torah. And sometimes you can live in Sodom and Gomorrah, like San Francisco, Las Vegas, or the Village, and somehow your kids are very interested in Torah. They go to yeshiva in Manhattan, in Lower East Side. You have yeshiva there. Some of the kids are very good. It's hard to be religious in Manhattan, but apparently sometimes it doesn't affect them. Sometimes they already became completely goyim, the kids. So it's really depends. There are many different things when you raise a kid. You have to check who is his friend, what school you're sending him to, how they're behaving in a family. There are a few different things here. And plus, some of it he's born with that. It's not always you can do it. Like Yitzchak has a son, Esav. We can't blame Yitzchak for not giving Esav the proper education. Why the Torah told us that story? To tell you some things you cannot understand. Nistarot darkei Hashem. Not everything we understand. Sometimes Hashem take a righteous person, could be a rabbi, could be a Talmid Chacham, can be a great example, and he gives them kids that are dirty souls from previous lives. Why? He's one of the only people in the world that can handle them somehow and save 20% of them. Cannot save them completely because they're very wicked from their previous life. But since they're by him, they have a chance now. Later, they cannot come to Hashem and say, it's not fair. Who did you give me as a father? A fool from somewhere that doesn't know how to open Torah? Of course I stayed Rasha. If you give me a father that is a big rabbi, then I had a chance. So now Hashem gave him a rabbi, and in the end, he showed him, you see, I gave you the best father, and look how you became. You have no excuses. We don't understand. There's a lot of things to take into consideration here. Only Hashem knows how to do it best. We continue. אמר איש לקיש, כל המגדל כלב רע בתוך ביתו, מונע חסד מתוך ביתו. To raise a bad dog inside your house, we are not talking little puppet, all these little, whatever you call them. We're talking angry wolf, those dogs that as soon as you come here, you shake. You raise them in your home, even you think you train them. And whatever you tell them they're going to listen, they always will surprise you. I used to give lectures in Yonkers, and the owner of the house used to have a dog like this big, very, very scary dog. As soon as he barks, your blood freezes. And he used to have a chain, metal chain. That's how strong he is. And he's off the living room. There's a little room outside, in the driveway outside. And every time somebody comes and he recognizes a new face, he begins to bark and he tries to come to attack the person, but the leash, it's a very strong leash. So I used to tell him, get rid of him. Why do you need this dog here in the house? What good is that? What? You're afraid that somebody will steal your jewelry? Make insurance. You don't need this dog here. No, see how he listens. Tibo, sit. The dog sits down. As soon as the guy comes, the dog was afraid of him. See, he cannot do anything. I just tell him, sit, he sits. A few months later, I finished my series of lectures over there. All of a sudden, maybe a year later, I found out that one woman came to their house. Somehow, he got released from this chain. He attacked that woman, ripped her apart, and she sued them from all their money. To the best of my knowledge, they lost all their money. I told him, get rid of him. This is what the Gemara says. Why do you need to be a trainer to train a dog inside your house? Dogs belong somewhere else. It's animals. Jews not supposed to bring animals to his house. Unless if it's a little, these little, all kinds of little animals, hamsters, all these things, little birds. No, fine, it's no problem. But other than that, you gotta be careful. Okay, now, the Gemara says, we're still in Masechet Shabbat. 3, the older they get, the stronger they get. Usually nature is, the older you get, the weaker you become. But there are 3 unique things that the older they get, the more old they get, the stronger they become. Who? Fish, snake, and pig. Fish, snakes, and pig. 3. The older they get, the stronger they become physically. Amar Rabbi Shimon ben Fazi. Amar Rabbi Yoshua ben Levi mishum bar kapara. Everybody brings the source, where he got it from. So the real source is bar kapara. Kol המקיים 3 סעודות בשבת. Every Jew who makes 3 meals on Shabbat, real meals, not some crackers. Real meals, bread, ותיזן, סידים, meat, fish, wine, a real meal. ניצול מ3 פורענויות. In the future to come, it will help him to get saved from 3 different tragedies. From the hard days of Mashiach, before Mashiach come, will be horrible days in the world. So he will be able to get saved thanks to those 3 meals that he made every Shabbat. And from the judgment of hell, Gehenom, and from the war, what we call Gog uMagog, the big war that will take place before the resurrection of the dead and the Mashiach. When the Mashiach comes, there's going to be a big war in the world. It's called Gog uMagog. He is going to get saved from these 3 different tragedies. For what? For enjoying and eating on Shabbat. However, we have to know that during the week, an average person eats like 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day. Some eat 2, but most people eat 3 meals a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 7 times 3, it's 21 meals a week. From 21 meals that we eat a week, only 1 of them is for the sake of heaven. 20 of them are for the sake of the pleasure of our stomach. That's why the way we look. But 1 meal, we do it for Hashem, not for me. When is it? In the summer, it's Seudah Revi'it. When Shabbat finished, it's finished 9:30. You just ate Seudah Shlishit at 9 o'clock. You stop. An hour or 2 later, you have to eat another meal. But you stop. You just finished. You went to shul, you daven Arvit, you come back, you have to do Seudah Revi'it. Very difficult. So that's called Seudah L'Shem Shamayim. Why do I eat Hashem? Not because I want to eat. I eat because you say it's mitzvah to eat after Shabbat, a 4th meal. And in the winter, with Seudah L'Shem Shamayim, Seudah Shlishit, the 3rd meal. Why? You just finish your Shabbos meal at 12:01 in the afternoon, right? And 2 hours later, you have to sit and eat again, but you stop. It's very hard. Those 2 meals are the only meal for the sake of heaven. That's why 3 meals on Shabbat is mitzvah, and the reward is tremendous. Kol ha'me'aneg et HaShabbat, someone who is me'aneg et HaShabbat, not me'aneg himself. What does he mean, me'aneg? Gives pleasure. Mit'aneg means receive pleasure. Me'aneg means give pleasure. How do you give pleasure to the Shabbat? You serve the food in the best plates that you have. You put the best tablecloth. You light the candles in some silver or crystal things that you have. You wear the nicest clothes that you have, the nicest shoes that you have, the nicest ties that you have. Everything for Shabbat. The food is the best that you have. It shows that you love Hashem and you love Shabbat. But if Shabbat for you is just a day to sleep and snore with the newspaper in your bed, that's like someone who is sick and takes a day off from work. It's not really Shabbat for him. You understand? So automatically, what's the reward for that? Notnim lo nachala belo metzarim. He has no borders to his success. He continues to expand literally. More property, more blessing in his businesses, in his property, in his real estate. Thanks to this, that he gives respect a lot to the Shabbat. Shene'emar, the prophet Yeshaya said in Isaiah 58, Az kitana gal Hashem, va'achalticha nachalat Yaakov avicha, and you're going to benefit, to inherit the nachala, the land or the property of Yaakov avicha, which is endless. Hashem bless Yaakov that there's no end, no borders to the blessing that he gives him. And that's from here we learn. We're still in Masechet Shabbat. The Gemara says, Ilmale Shamru Israel Shabbat Rishona. The first Shabbat, there was a person called Tzlofchad. He came and made a violation for the first time in history. He did not keep Shabbat. What did he do? Mekoshesh etzim. He was gathering pieces of wood, like somebody who tried to make fire. So he collected all kinds of wood to make a fire. Something like this is not permitted on Shabbat. Tzlofchad did it. And the first Shabbat was violated right away. Chazal tell us that he did this for the sake of heaven. Why? After Moshe executed him, Hashem told Moshe to kill him, Leman yiru v'yirau, that everybody see what's the punishment of a Jew that doesn't keep Shabbat, the covenant of Hashem. Everybody learned that with Shabbat you don't play games. You don't play games. So the Gemara says, but after all, if Tzlofchad would have not done what he did, that means the entire nation of Israel keeps Shabbat fully, what would be the result? No nation would ever have permission to arm the nation of Israel, ever. Not the Greeks, not the Romans, not the Babylonians, not the Egyptians, not the Philistines, not all these nations, Amalek. None of them would have permission to touch us. We would reach such a level of protection thanks to the blessing of Shabbat. Then, Amar Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Ilmale Meshamrim Israel Shte Shabbatot Miyad Nigalim. But it's still not too late. If the nation of Israel will keep fully 2 Shabbatot, all of them, right away the salvation will begin. Not a minute after. Motzei Shabbat, Eliyahu Hanavi comes and the Mashiach comes right away. It sounds difficult to make all the Jews in the world to kill, because some Jews don't even know that they're Jews. They think they go in Bichlal. Their parents never told them who they are. Amar Rabbi Yochanan, we're still in Masechet Shabbat. Gnaiu letalmid chacham. It's an embarrassment for someone who is a Talmid Chacham, is a great scholar in Torah, to walk to the street with ripped shoes. Remember, in the old days it was very difficult to get shoes. It wasn't like today every woman has 300 pairs of shoes in her closet. What shoes they had? The pieces of leather, they sew it together just to protect the bottom of the feet, not to have glasses or nails going in, or not to burn your feet when you walk on a boiling sand. That's what they need shoes for. What did they need shoes for? To show their beauty? To pay $1,000 a pair of shoes? No. But if the shoes were ripped, for ordinary person, no big deal. Everybody knows he's nothing special. But if he's a great rabbi, somebody who teach Torah and people come to learn from him, is an embarrassment, is despicable for somebody like this to walk with ripped shoes into the market, into the public. Amar Rabbi Chia bar Abba, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, it's worse than that, not only the shoes. If a Talmid Chacham has a stain on his shirt, oil stain, oil from the meat or from the fish spilled on his shirt, and he walk like this to the street, Somebody like this, chas v'shalom, deserve not to live anymore. That's how bad it is. Why? He embarrassed the name of Hashem. Why? What the Chilonim will say, or the Goyim? This is their Torah? Look at this rabbi, looks like a homeless. That's the Torah? The chief rabbis look like this? Such a Chilul Hashem, there's no forgiveness for that. We are not talking about somebody who went to his friend for Shabbat. He has one shirt, and accidentally somebody spilled on him oil, on his shirt. We're not allowed to do laundry on Shabbat. One of them came to the Chazon Ish and complained that his brother spilled oil on his shirt and he wants to go to the shul with the stain, and they're arguing. He told him, don't come like this to the street. Don't come, because it's a Chilul Hashem. And the guy said, no, I'm anus. Anus means I'm forced. It's not in my hand. I'm not in my house. So he asked the Chazon Ish, should he walk like this with a stain based on this Gemara in Masechet Shabbat, or he should not? So the Chazon Ish told him, that's not Chilul Hashem, that's Kiddush Hashem. When a Jew comes to the shul with a stain on his shirt, and everybody looks and he gets embarrassed from it, but he still did not take water and soap and clean his shirt because it's Shabbat, that's a Kiddush Hashem, that sanctified the name of Hashem, which means I'm willing to get embarrassed in front of everyone as long as I won't take the towel with some water and clean the stain. That shows I'm a Mirei Shamayim. I'm fearful from Hashem. That's Kiddush Hashem. Apparently, we are not talking here on Shabbat. We're talking on every day when he eats, and now he got...
I'm amazing, dog. What's good in your life? I'm amazing. What's good in your life? What language do you know? What language do you know? What language do you know? Okay, one second.
Ustedes están.
Hello, my friend. I want you to know that I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. How are you?
Привет, мой друг. Хочу, чтобы ты знал, что я транслирую свою жизнь. 24 часа в сутки для мира. Мира, как дела?
It only is one way. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
Мне жаль только в одном случае. Я не знаю, о чем ты говоришь.
Actually, it's two ways, but my speaker isn't loud enough to make out what you're saying.
На самом деле, есть два способа, но мой динамик недостаточно громкий, чтобы разобрать, что вы говорите.
I want you to know that this coin is going to be worth a lot of money, and you should buy as much of it as possible.
Я хочу, чтобы вы знали, что биткоин будет стоить много денег, и вам следует купить его как можно больше.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Good. Hey. Wait one moment. I'm going to send you an interview that I did a couple days ago. I just did another interview less than an hour ago that is going to go viral. When I tell you that it is maybe a good idea to buy more Bitcoin, I mean that. Do everything you can, because I just did another interview and it was with a big streamer.
Я собираюсь отправить вам интервью, которое я дал пару дней назад. Я только что дал еще одно интервью менее часа назад, которое станет вирусным. Когда я говорю вам, что, возможно, хорошая идея купить больше биткоинов, я имею в виду, что сделайте все, что можете, потому что я только что дал еще одно интервью, и оно было с большим стримером.
Don't go anywhere yet. I'm going to send you the interview that I did 48 hours ago, and the other one will be up soon. Just like, subscribe, and you'll get it.
Пока никуда не уходи. Я собираюсь отправить тебе интервью, которое я сделал 48 часов назад, а другое будет скоро. Просто подпишись, и ты его получишь.
It was a big interview with some big streamers and a billionaire who owns a platform. And then I even told Elon Musk to buy Bitcoin.
Это было большое интервью с несколькими известными стримерами и миллиардером, владеющим платформой, а затем я даже сказал Илону Маску купить биткоин.
Wait, I'm sending you this. Just one moment. I'm just opening this. I know you do. Here. What is this guy's name? No one knows. Well, Russia, don't say I didn't try to help you. That is a good question. Period. I am unsure. Period. I checked and you are not banned. Please let me know if you need anything else. This fucking thing. No, just hold on. How are you? Excellent. Huh? Yeah, I did. I did finally, and it was really good. So I'm just waiting on his stream to stop, and then once it stops, it creates a video. I know you're probably like, well, why don't you just get it now? It doesn't. It's not available till he's done. So once he's done, I'll get it, and then I'm going to upload it. Did you watch my other interview? Yeah, you did. You did. I am chilled out. How are you? Oh, yeah, I did. I was just listening to some music, and I'm watching seminars, and I am chilling. I'm really happy. I, I, yeah. So in answer to your question, I heard you ask me that question earlier, and it's like normally I would be like, Doug, you could ask me that question, but when I'm preparing and I'm like trying to remember a whole bunch of last minute details, it's just important for me to be able to focus. So if anything, um, I don't mind. Here's what I don't like is just by anyone, not you. I'm just saying this. Uh, Somebody just comes in here and starts pegging me with questions. And it's like, dude, I'm fucking in the middle of something right now. I don't have time to just be right now taking on 30, 40, 50 questions from someone. Just hold on. And if you really want your question answered immediately, then just type it and I will get back to you immediately. I had 3 people ask me questions today. I've gotten back to all 3 of them. And they've asked me follow-up questions, really good ones too. And I've answered all of them. So I'm totally going to get back to everyone on every single question that they have. But people don't realize, I get it, because they think they just come in here it's like a normal Discord and the person's ready to always talk to you, and sometimes I'm not. What am I doing right now? I'm making it. Well, I'm gonna chill, like you said. But what I am gonna do is get my. I'm in this Discord, and I could never figure out why the app would just like crash on me, and then I figured it out that it wasn't it was optimizing battery use, which basically is a setting on an Android phone that shuts down an app after enough time. And so I just shut off that, and now I'm going to be live, and I'm just really excited from this interview. Here's why. The guy who owns the platform, his name is Eddie Craven. He's a billionaire. And I showed him 5 different places on his app where errors occur. And I showed him on camera, on video. So it's like hard to deny. And I showed him multiple times. So this is a person with billions of dollars. That's a big deal. So I had it recorded like this on my phone.
Opportunity this platform has. So just know.
So like what you can see is this.
Really great. Okay, so Eddie, please.
He will be.
How long it takes.
He will be. And
oh yeah, please. Down to the science. Unknown error. Why? Doug, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. Dog, this is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things need to be fixed. They need to be fixed quickly.
so basically, I'm calling out a billionaire right there without any fucking care, because I want this shit fixed. You have to understand, there are people who rely on this for their money, their checks. And if their sign-up process is wrong, imagine all the other shit that's wrong. I might have cut out there. If their sign-up process is wrong, imagine all the other shit they have wrong. Oh, he's going to see it. No. The person with whom I did an interview had 300 people watching. Yeah, he'll see it. Dude, I know because I know the person with whom I did the interview knows Eddie. Eddie's given to this person, giving him money. So the person with whom I did an interview is paid by Kick to stream. They get an hourly rate. So anyway, we got that going for us. So I'm really, I don't know. But the second that Eddie goes, the second that Ori, the guy with whom I did an interview, the second that he stops his stream, I am going to clip his stream with one of my phones, which takes a while, but I'll get whatever the interview was, and then I'll upload it to YouTube. Yeah. Did you watch my other interview? Okay, let me send it to you. Because I talk about that one I referenced that one in this one, or how I'm going to say it. Like, basically, it's a good idea to watch. When I do a big interview, it's a good idea to know what the hell I'm talking about. So just one moment, and I'll send it to you. It's Yeah, you're right. I only sent you another. Okay, there you go. How, yeah, but here's the thing. You know me. And the fact that I am someone who you know means that you have all the connections you're ever going to need to stream. Like right now, I'm in iShow Speed's Discord. I'm in Ada Ross's Discord. I'm in Kai Sanat's Discord. I just did an interview 48 hours ago. I just did another interview an hour ago. I'm live in a cryptocurrency Telegram that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll watch alongside you. Just one moment. And then this other interview that I do, I'm going to tell you this. This interview that I did was great. But this other interview that I did is just as good, if not better. I'm going to bring in a test account. So if you're like, who's that? It's one of my test accounts.
Yo, Rabbi,
Yo, Doc.
I wanna okay, one. Oh yeah.
Yeah, just watch it. Just watch it, and then we take questions after. What's your problem? What's your problem so I can think about it?
I'm trying to host parties and make money off of it by selling tickets on Posh, and I'm trying to blow up my party Instagram story.
Hell yeah, perfect. We'll make you the biggest party thrower in the San Fernando Valley. No. You keep your money. I'm going to be the one giving you money someday. Just know that really quickly before we continue, this is what you would do. You create a link tree specifically for these parties. So whatever you want to call it, SF Valley Party, whatever, or LA Party, whatever. Okay, perfect. But you only have one thing. You need 20 different platforms. You need LA Getting Lit on Flickr, on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch. You need to get it on all the platforms and then link them under Linktree. And then that's the first step. But watch this interview right now, but that's what you want to do. Caspian Sea. How'd I do? Did you hear I said your name?
I did. I heard that.
Good. And was it on camera? Was I on camera at the same time? And I was on camera, right? That's okay. Let Chinese merchant watch this interview. I mean, it's fine. But he's doing positive things. No, I understand. I totally get it. He knows that. I talked to him about it. It's not his issue. It's not his fault. He's got a really clear microphone. It's really good. I almost want to make it so that you can't mute people in this chat, but you could just turn them down all the way. And if you're wondering why would you do that, because then other stuff. Absolutely. Understood. But if you turn him all the way basically down to like 10%, then the next time when you forgot that you had him basically down to 10%, it won't be muted. So it won't be like, hello, 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 and then all that. I've just seen it happen too often where, okay. You didn't, though. He was in here earlier, and I thought you said I had him muted. Okay, that's fine. 10%. No, Caspian C. 10% is perfect. I mean, when he's being loud. Just what I'm saying, don't mute him. Because if you mute him completely, then there's no way you're ever going to hear it. And then it takes someone else to tell you that you have that person muted. And then you're talking over each other. It's just easier if it's almost all the way down. If we don't like you, we're going to kick you. But you're going to really have to work at that by playing like jackhammer sounds and, fucking chainsaws. Okay, but yeah, Caspian C. I didn't know if I was going to be able to follow up this interview as well, but I did. I know I did. I can't wait to see it. But I was able to show him all the shit in the app that doesn't work or on the platform that doesn't work. And I was able to shout out like fucking, I shouted out like fucking a million people, but that's cool. Because in the future, that'll be so fucking uniting. Somebody will be like, yeah, my uncle was on that list. And what isn't he cool? Wait, here's the thing though. And this is just my personal opinion. And everybody kind of feels this way, I think. They're a little intimidated by me at the beginning because they don't know what they're going to get. That's why it took him 45 minutes. He knew exactly where I was. He knew I was in his Discord. But I understand. I mean, I'm not like an intimidating figure, but you have to understand, or at least I was thinking, his whole account is on the line right now. If for some reason Eddie thinks this was disrespectful or something, they could ban his account. And so I understand the hesitancy, but and at many times I was like, man, I've been waiting for 45 fucking minutes. I should just go off and be like, dog, fucking let me in. You're wasting my time. But no, I'll be patient. I see how it works. It's just one of those things. Patience is a virtue, and I will do my best to be virtuous.
You are the most virtuous person.
Well, thank you. So what you do is you need a link tree. Do you know what link tree is?
Are you pretty sure?
I'm positive of it.
Okay, and how do I get a follower?
Dude, you don't want more followers. You want this to be an underground thing, and it will spread like wildfire. So I know the name of your thing is like, I don't know, LA Party, whatever. But if it were something like Secret House Party Club, everybody would want to be. No. That's straight to the point and the easiest marketable thing. Then you follow that wherever you want to know where a cool house party is in LA. Yeah, and it has the word secret in it. Okay, if you want to throw your own, I can advise you this. Make a link tree with whatever your username is. It's not bad. Use that one and then create a YouTube account and a Snapchat and all of the different ones that I named. But continue watching this interview because I reference it in the interview that I just did that Caspian C said was phenomenal. And I really have to say, for the amount of time that I had, I packed in so much fucking shit. Like I had more too, and everybody could tell I had more, but I knew I'm like, man, I'm just going on too long. It's too much information, but I don't really care. This is how I am. I have a lot to say, and I will literally go until it's awkward for me to be here any longer. And it's like, okay, just one more thing and one more thing. I did not have a chance to finish all the shout outs and everything, but I was like, I got to get Caspian C in there and maybe a couple other people. But I know you had to be thinking, I don't know if he's going to get it. I don't know if he's going to say it because there was a. You're 100% right. He was. I had to work that back in, and then he's like, "I got to go to the bathroom," and I'm like, "Perfect." Now I can name.
He was like, "Well, it sounds like he's shouting out everybody," and I was about to type almost.
Exactly. No, you're 100% right. No, you're fine. And immediately when I heard him say that, I was like, okay, I have to have one more round of shout outs. And shout outs are going to be the thing that make me famous. Why? Because it's so fucking brilliant. It's like, why the fuck didn't I think about this before? If you get on, well, here's the thing. Nobody's just going to put you on their stream if you're a nobody. So you have to have something. But then if you do a bunch of shout outs to people, okay, so what if one or two people didn't care, whatever? If one person does, then you've booked your next interview. Exactly. So um I'm fucking thrilled how that thing went, especially because it could have gone really badly. It could have not happened, which is probably what it was looking like. It did not look like he was gonna invite me in, and so I even created a bot that fucking had his name in it. When I do that to people, it's hard to deny it. It's like, okay, you could easily now make that bot negative against me too. I mean, it's a power, and but I don't use it in a negative way, or to my best of my knowledge, I don't use it in a negative way. And I know people may consider it negative, but that's all subjective, and everything in the world is subjective except that sentence. That's in the fucking introductory letter. Everybody knows that. So what I can tell you is that once he's done streaming, I'm gonna take that interview, which was, I think, the longest interview I've ever done on camera. Probably the longest one I've ever done. With that isn't like that. That's like a published, I would say. I'm trying to think of the other one. Usually they're like, I have more to say, but it's like I can tell I'm boring the person at points. Like, if you're not into futurism, then me talking about de-extinction is not interesting to you. So I understand you got to know your audience basically. But I knew Ari would let me run with it a little bit. I didn't get a chance to really get into too much more in terms of future technology. But like he said, we have next time. And that's cool because then I can just go through. I've got this glossary of shit. And he did let me give a teaser of xeno archaeology, which is like when you hear that fucking word, it sounds made up. But then it's like, oh no, that's what that you would call fucking archaeology on another planet. So that was really exciting. It went, from my perspective, I mean, I consider it a 10 out of 10, even though my app crashed or something crashed. Um, I was able to get right back into the call, which is always an issue when you're doing these things. My internet can go down. His internet can go down. His app can crash. My app can crash. His computer can go down. My phone can go down. There are so many different variables. So to be able to make this thing work and then be able to clip it and then produce it and have other people see it is such a marvelous gift of the modern world. I'm really excited to fucking get this thing out. Excellent. No, wrong one. No, change the name. You don't want to be confined to one area. Because what if there's a party in Beverly Hills or Beverly Glen or the Hollywood Hills? You don't want to just be the Valley. No. What do you mean? Beverly Hills isn't the Valley. Yeah, totally different. If you talk to someone from Beverly Hills and say this is the Valley, they're going to laugh you down Beverly Glen. You got to know your audience. So you could give, here are some good names. Beverly Hills Secret Parties. That's a really cool one, but it's long. You could just have it be Secret Party Account or Secret Party Club. If you give it some exclusivity, everybody's going to want to be there. So here's what you do. I'm just going to call it this. Call it LA Secret Party Club. That's the best name for it because all the parties you're going to be throwing are in LA, but not necessarily the Valley. Not necessarily because you got the Valley, but you've also got San Gabriel Valley. You've got LA. You've got the West Side. You've got the East Side. You've got Westwood. You've got the Beach Town. You've got so you want to just cover everything. I get what you're saying, and it's an interesting thought, but What if it has to change? So if you make it, I know you don't like LA Secret Party Club, but that's so fucking perfect. Why? LA is super cool. Secret means it's not for everyone. A party means it's cool as fuck, and it's a club. Or you could call it LA Party Secret Club. No, LA Secret Party Club. It's like so to the point. It's like, okay, what is this? I'm going to tell you this. Your generation doesn't know how to party. If you want people to party, you have to make it really obvious. LA Secret Party Club is like, oh, it tells me everything I know. Your thing sounds like a party planning, like event company. LA Secret Party Club sounds like either a club that I go to, like it's like a kind of like techno club, or it's a club that I want to be a part of that's exclusive. You could call it LA exclusive parties. I mean, you don't have to call it secret. If you don't like the word secret, then use a different word for secret. LA exclusive parties, LA exclusive club, LA exclusive party club, LA exclusive club parties, whatever you want to do. Cool. Dude, I don't want any money. I appreciate it. You keep your money. I'm going to be the one giving you money in the future. So you hold on all your money. And the way that you do this, though, is you get that name. Then, literally in here, if you scroll down, it shows 50 different social medias. It shows 50 different social medias, including YouTube and Rumble and Kick and all that other shit. You go find your name on every single one of those, so that that's you on YouTube, and that's you on Kick, and that's you on Facebook, and all that other shit, so that you have all 20 of them, and then you link them together with Linktree, and then you have something. Then, if somebody follows you, if somebody's interested on Snapchat, see, it makes your reach 20 times stronger. Normally, when you're like, hey, follow me on Instagram, and nobody's following you on Instagram, well, yeah, but if they saw you on Instagram and Facebook, there's a 50% better chance they're going to follow you because, okay, whatever. You need to have everything. See, here's the thing. You're not cool, and you're talking to someone who is, okay? If you want to be cool, you need to listen to me. You need to make the information available to people. So be everywhere. Essentially, what I do is I throw an online party 24/7. I'm telling you, you take some of these same strategies and apply them to the party throwing industry, and you'll make tons of money. For a time, yeah. But then you're going to get caught, and you're going to maybe go to jail. So be careful. Most likely, underage drinking. You're what, 18? Yeah, so you're fucked. Basically, what are you going to do? Have a party where just people smoke pot? And even still, you got to be 21 to buy it. Generally, for legality purposes, you have to be 21 to smoke cigarettes. So not even people at your party can smoke at the house. To buy cigarettes under age 21 is. Okay, I mean, whatever. You can know a guy, but I'm saying if you're going to like a normal 7-Eleven, they're going to card you and make sure that you're 21. Nevertheless, if you still want to do this, the best way to do it is to get on all of these platforms. And a big one as well is Whisper. That's where you'll fucking get tons of people there. Whisper and Snapchat, because you can turn on the location and just say, hey, party for anyone 18 and over at this address, show up, and then you can say, like, whatever. I wouldn't put into writing anything regarding, like, you're going to be charging a cover charge. Just once people get there, it's a whatever cover charge, $20 cover charge. And then what you do is, if you need girls, you don't charge a cover on girls until you have enough girls, and then you charge a cover on everybody else. Any party you have, though, ask anybody. The number one, I can just tell you this, with Caspian Sea as my witness, the number one thing, if you're going to be a party thrower, is not alcohol, it's not marijuana, it's not even the fucking house. It's girls. You need women there. If you have no women, it's a sausage fest, and no one wants to hang out with you.
You're right.
Cool, man.
That's why these schools are like $20 for a day. It's like $10 for women.
No, you don't. No. You don't charge girls until you have too many. So what does that mean? Bring all the girls you want. I don't fucking care. If you're like, oh, we need to make money, then guys are $30. A guy will gladly pay $30 for a party that's full of women than $20 for a party that's half and half. You're telling me right now, let's just put this into terms. I have 2 parties. For $20, you can come to my party where the ratio is 1-to-1, 1 girl to 1 guy. Or you could come to party 2 for $30, so just $10 more, and it's 85% women.
But don't you think schools will be like, oh shit, that's like fucking giving women like free entry?
Here's the thing. Here's the first fucking rule about being cool. Do you know how you know if you're cool, Chinese merchant? No, it's clear that you're not. I'm telling you, as someone who's cool, do you know how I'm cool? I just know. It's in my heart. It comes internally. I don't give a shit what anybody thinks of me, and you can't either. If you're like, well, these fools are going to think this, and this, you've already lost. You're already a loser. If you say, look, I'm going to be a young, up-and-coming entrepreneur, and I'm going to say, fuck it. I'm going to let every girl in who's hot. If you've got some fucking dogs coming in, then you might just turn them away. But if you're charging hot girls $10 to come to your party, you're doing this wrong. Especially, yeah, I mean, you can literally charge $100 and guys will pay it to go to a party with all women. Easily. I mean, easily. It's just a numbers game. And when I tell you, like, it's the same shit. Look, would you rather go to a party? $100? Here's why. Do you know how fucking exclusive your parties will be? If it's all women and then like an easy round number. Hey, you want to come into this party? It's $100, but we've got 40 women who are going to talk to you once you get inside. And then, hold on, let's talk about this. Then you have to think of it like this. Previously, I would have had to bring in 5 fucking guys into this party. That means 5 times more, whatever. Don't bring alcohol to these parties. If you really wanted to do this in a good fucking way, it's just too hard to... The reason why this is not done is because the security's too difficult on it. You throw one of these parties and it goes well, great. But throw enough of them and somebody's going to get drunk, somebody's going to get in a fight, the police are going to get called, and then they're going to say, hey, who's behind LA Secret Party Club? And they're going to come to you and they're going to say, you mean some 18-year-old kid was pulling this? It's the plot of the movie Risky Business. Basically, a guy, while his parents are out of town, makes his house like a brothel, basically, like a huge party house, and That's basically what you're doing, except with Airbnbs. And they're starting to crack down on this. So is it a long-term solution? No. Oh, totally. Yeah, definitely. In fact, Airbnb has a thing now I've read. It is, they have like a thing in some areas, no short-term rentals. So like if you're going to rent something, you can't rent it for just a weekend and you have to rent it for the whole week. So you're going to run into that because what was happening is 22-year-old kids were renting $1 million houses in the hills and throwing huge mega bashes with hundreds, if not thousands, of kids of all ages. Some people who are of legal age, but a lot of kids who were not. And it was getting. That's what so the homeowners complained to Airbnb, and now you can't rent out those places for just a weekend or a couple of days. You have to rent it for like a week or a month. Why that? Because then you have to put up some money. If you're going to be throwing a party, you're just going to go to another place that allows you to rent for a day or two. Yeah, you're just not going to be able to. You have to understand that the people with whom you're dealing all have big mouths. None of them can keep their mouths shut. So the second that you become successful at this, one of your lame friends, and I say lame, not that your friends are lame, but one of the guys who's not cool is going to break down to some girl, hey, do you know that Chinese merchant runs that Instagram account that throws all those sweet parties? And then she's going to tell her girlfriends, and then everybody's going to know. And one of those girlfriends is going to be dating a cop. And then all of a sudden you're going to have a knock at your door because you're throwing illegal vagabond parties, essentially. It's not. If you have enough money, you can easily do this. And what do I mean? If you had the money, you could throw a party with 500 people of all ages and have a tent for them and have proper security. You could have areas where people could drink alcohol and smoke marijuana, and you could have children's areas. This can be done, and these events do happen. They're just expensive to have. That's why it's not done in the way that you're thinking. Right. Okay. But you know how they're able to have that? Because they have security. They have security who can keep people safe and say, you can't be there and you can be there. So that's how they're able to do this. You won't have the money to be able to hire private security because the second they say, okay, what kind of event is it? You're going to say, well, actually, I'm getting an Airbnb and we're going to be throwing basically parties without kegs. Though a keg is going to show up immediately, what are you going to do about it? Once you're there and I bring in 12 guys with cases of beer and we start passing them out, what are you going to do? Okay, you're going to get in trouble, though, for providing. Well, you're going to get in trouble for underage intoxication, underage possession, providing alcohol to minors. You're going to get in a lot of trouble. Here's what you might be able to do. What I think is maybe a better idea. And I don't know, I've always thought about this. If you had parties in public places, so you have the same idea where everybody goes to a house, but instead of going to a house, you go to Santa Monica Pier, or you go to Huntington Beach, or you go to Manhattan Beach, and you throw a party, or you have a bunch of people perhaps go to a restaurant, which they would allow that, or just hang out on the beach and just be together. But that gets into a legitimate Instagram account. But it's like if you want to go the illegitimate way, you're going to lose your Instagram account really, really quickly. So is it even worth it? That's why it's good to be basically on all these different platforms so that you can tell the followers, hey, they took down our Instagram account. Here's our backup Instagram account, and everybody can do it. It's a lot of work. And if you want to do it, you can. Do I think you can make money? I told you the way I thought you could make the most amount of money. And that is just selling gummies. And just go to the fucking Rose Bowl and sell gummies. That way, it's generally, I mean, is it legal? Well, you're operating a business without a license and you're distributing 420 perhaps, but it's the punishment of getting caught for that isn't nearly what it is for throwing house parties. But here's what I can tell you, and this goes to the comedian Tim Conway Jr., or Tim Conway, his father, actually. He had a saying, if you're going to do something illegal, make sure you can retire on it. What does that mean? If you're going to embezzle, or if you're going to steal something, don't steal $100, steal $10 million. So what you're doing, what you're talking about, isn't like, in my opinion, necessarily worth it. Okay. With that, I'm going to watch my stream.
So when they made a parody, Hashem was very pleased that they accepting this mitzvah with happiness. Every Brit Milah singing, happy, always happy. Technically, it's...
Hold on. Chinese merchant, keep watching. Keep watching the interview because I reference it. And so you'll be like, wait, when did you talk about that? And I'll be like, it was in the first interview. You're almost done. I'm watching it with you.
What day is it? Next Friday.
Go. Watch the rest of it. You're almost done.
Five gifted sons in my so basically telling me not to do drugs and saying I need a sedative. Contradicting
Stop! I look like a fucking function again.
It's a very cool thing. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, excellent. Shout out to Beyonce. I love your name. I remember the Caspian Sea, Lisa Jordana. Shout out to Davio XEZ. This is the guy who was talking about the spam and space.
Let's think of that. My witnesses.
Don't use that word like that. Yeah. If you need to use it for educational purposes, that's fine. But just know that I'm broadcasting on a bunch of different streams, and not all of them allow that word, and so I can't.
Oh, I didn't know I was being broadcasted. I'm sorry. Hey, chill.
You're good. I'm just making you aware.
Say nigga, no, it's all good.
It's anymore. You're good.
I didn't.
Dog, it says 24/7 live stream at the very top of this thing.
I didn't know I thought he was being broadcast, but not me. I didn't even know there was sound. I'm sorry.
I mean, I can only do so much. It says 24/7 live stream. Come on.
I don't like it. Chill. I want to stay in the room.
You're good. You're good.
Hey, Caspian C, shut the fuck up, dude.
Oh, hey, dude, right there. Hold on, my man. I have never used this. I never have used this, but you're throwing around the N-word. You're throwing around this. So this is what it's called.
I'm gonna do things extremely directly. I don't believe in pussyfooting. You need to shut the fuck up. I really don't need to hear that sort of activity.
You should know that you are going to be timed out.
All right, I'm muted
for a day.
Anyways.
Apologies, you were treated that way, Caspian C.
Much more power tripping than I expected. I don't. Jeez. Please.
Cool. How are you, Lord God? 734. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, how are you?
Doing well. Besides the exploding on down, I'm sorry about that. I like your like setup you have here. It's just neat.
Hold on a second. Were you? Who said the N-word? Did you say the N-word?
This was me. Yeah. No, that's me.
Oh, just one moment.
Oh, he's gonna report me. Okay.
No, I'm not at all.
Say goodbye.
No, I'm not at all. Just one moment. You're not going to get reported. Just one moment. How's your day?
My day is fantastic.
Okay, what's good about it?
I feel like you're gonna do something very spiteful, so I'm just gonna head out. I'm sorry if I bothered you anyway.
No, I'm not going to do anything spiteful. You're fine. You're okay. Okay, Caspian C, I fucked up. Just one moment. Let me fix this.
Don't worry, I mean, I took pictures of like his name, full_chin, Iranian.
Hold on. How do I fix this? I made a mistake. A mistake was made.
And you test as well.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something just recording it.
No. I'm not one. I made a mistake. Or a mistake was made. Let me put it that way. That motherfucker and Chinese merchant, to me, sounded extremely similar. And I didn't realize that was not Chinese merchant. I thought Chinese merchant just started coming using the N-word. I'm like, whoa, calm down. What the fuck is that about? I didn't realize that was not. Okay, so that was that LARP guy. Okay, so Chinese merchant. Yeah. Remove time up. Yeah, apologies. Come on back.
Oh, I see what happened.
I thought Chinese merchant was that guy, and I didn't realize because I just look at my computer and there are some extra things in here because I have this fucking wow. Yeah, anyway. I made a mistake because they sounded to me very similar. And so I kicked it. All of a sudden he starts using the N-word and he's like, fuck you, Caspian Sea. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? You were just fine. You were in here just fine. So.
Yeah, that was wild. That's his ID. His Discord ID.
Yeah, so I think he has some kind of issue. I don't know. All I know is that hey, I'm the guy who's like, fuck you and all your moderators, and then I'm over here tossing out the wrong people. To me, though, they sounded very similar. You didn't think they sounded similar?
I did. I wonder about Chinese merchants sometimes.
Same. So I'm not extremely.
No, yeah, it makes sense.
I know. It is what it is. But Chinese merchants should know. Apologies, dog. That was not purposeful. Okay. Ari needs to fucking end his stream. Once he ends his stream, I'm able to make it and upload it, and then we can share it and we can change the world. But until then, this is the calm before the storm. Ooh. Oh, Ari, 12 hours? He doesn't fuck around, man. Dude, I didn't know he had Lyme disease. We gotta find a cure for that or something. I know I personally have given money to Lyme disease causes. All the things to which I've given, I've never had huge amounts of money, but I have given to Lyme disease. And I hope that we're able to eradicate whatever the fuck that is. It's a weird thing. If you know the history of it, like the town of like Lyme, Connecticut is named after or something. Yeah. Dog, I fucking nailed that interview. I can't wait for the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community here. I didn't get a chance to plug it as much as I wanted to, but I plugged it like 4 or 5 times. Straight to the people who own shit. Aiden, fucking Eddie, and Elon Musk. And what else did I say? I was thrown off. Well, let me just say this. I think it'll work in the future. People just give me well, I understand. People want me to want it to be interactive. And I'm just such a fucking steamroller that it's like, dude, just let me fucking talk. Let me talk. Let me say all this. And then I will literally just fucking stay here and answer questions until like I've done my due diligence. But let me get out everything that I have to say. And I understand, though, completely. No one else is going to just let you read lists of people's names, and you're not even pronouncing them correctly because they're not like words. They're like fucking letters sometimes. But what I'm going to do is take that list and put @ symbols in front of them, and then put it in the description of the YouTube video. And one of those motherfuckers is going to watch it and be like, oh shit, this motherfucker, I'm a top 50 YouTuber, and he fucking saw it, and now at least I know who he is because it raised a little notification in their inbox. Does that make sense? It's fucking brilliant. It's like, why have somebody who has no followers watch my shit, which I want, but if I have the opportunity to tag someone, why not tag the 50 biggest people on the platform? That only fucking makes sense to me. This one guy, it's funny. I'm going to hang out with all these people someday, and it's going to be like, oh, this is so fucking funny. This guy's channel literally is all my fucking spam. His whole screen is just says my shit. And he's a really big streamer. He's hanging out with Action Man and Mike Baby right now. He has 500 people watching him, and it's literally just a wall of text. And I don't mean in the fucking corner. I mean, if this were the screen, it's like pow, pow. It's fucking. And you can hear it in my voice. Like, it's like remember I talk about that meme of that diamond miner, and it's just like we're getting closer and closer, I feel, and I just can't turn around. I mean, of anything you've ever heard, I never talk about ending this stream, like ever. Like, of anybody of you ever ever seem motivated about anything in their fucking life, I am the epitome of being motivated by something, and there's no like in my mind ever like, well, like you'll have to kill me.
Anyone who needs to like try to kick math or something, just come hang out with Rabbi. It's almost like it's almost too much to like I'm taking breaks, so I don't know what to do if he motivates me that now. It's like I might crack. From motivation.
There you go.
Like genuinely, the man of the has a force to do that.
There you go, baby. I cannot wait until Ari ends this fucking stream. And I mean, he said he'd been up for 34 hours. I believe him because he's got, like, his last 3 streams are all more than 12 hours each. Like, that's half the day that you know for sure he is on camera. So, and I can tell you, just in the streaming world, this is how I have always treated this. And I mean this, that in the future, when we're traveling interstellarly, there's going to be downtime where you're traveling out of our solar system to another solar system, and it takes years. Chinese merchant, apologies. Here's what happened.
Sorry, man.
No, it's my fault. You said.
I wanted to know that sorry.
Oh, apologies. Chinese merchant, how are you? Let me explain what happened. You sound.
So now that I'm hearing Chinese merchant, then no, it doesn't. Chinese merchant, it's not an accent. There's a way he speaks.
No, it wasn't even that. I didn't know there was another person in here. And so I thought the only other person in here was you. And all of a sudden this person starts using the N-word, and they start saying like, fuck you, Caspian Sea, and I'm like, dude, Chinese merchant just flipped. Like, just what in the fuck happened? That he was totally calm and fine, and he was being an entrepreneur. And I was like, oh, wow, just, I don't want to have a fight. So I'm like, I'll kick whatever person I thought just came in, or not came in, but just started using the N-word and saying, fuck you, Caspian Sea, unnecessarily. However, then I see, oh, there's another person who came in here, and the other person, because I've got your sound down, and
It was like steroid rage.
yeah, okay, that's what it was.
It was like 0 to
0 to
100.
To 100, exactly. And since I thought you were the only other person in here, I'm like, what in the fuck just happened to Chinese merchant? So apologies, Chinese merchant. We're going to talk about you. We're going to talk about Chinese merchant right now. So, what's the name of your business? You don't need one. I'm serious. You buy those Chinese gummies and go sell them at SoFi, go sell them at concerts, go sell them at the Rose Bowl, sell them at the Coliseum, sell them at the beach. Honestly, right now, the best way you can make money, which is a gray area. I mean, if you get caught, you're not going to do any real time for this, like you would in the other idea, and you'll make more money doing this, is you buy gummies and you just go to Santa Monica Pier and you ask people if they want to buy gummies. And 10% of people will say yes. And you miss 100% of shots you don't take. So if you ask 10 people, one person's going to buy. So that means you're going to be able to right there make a $20, $30, $40, $50 profit, whatever. They might buy 2, they might buy 3, whatever. But especially when you tell them, if they're interested, hey, these are Chinese gummies. These things are super potent. Just, like you're giving them a warning, but then also like it's a good warning. Like, oh, these are going to fuck me up. Give me 2 of them. Because people will be like that. You'll make more money that way, and you will stay out of the eye of the law. Now, if you want, let's think about your idea for throwing parties, but let's just do it for 18-year-olds. Okay? So, basically, if you have a party with your friends, how old are the people going to the party? Some are 17, some are 18, right? Excellent. Okay, so I've heard of, well, they have these clubs that are like 18 and up and 16 and up. They're like teen clubs. So essentially, that's what you would want to run if you could do it professionally. Where you're going to run into trouble, though, is just you're going to imagine you threw the best party ever. The best party. Nothing happened. Everything was pristine. Nobody got drunk. Nobody did too many drugs. Everybody got home safely. Everyone. Except one person. And they got into a car accident. And now there's a criminal trial, perhaps. And you're going to be brought in. And they're going to say, perhaps, where did you get the gummies that were in your stomach? And they're going to say, actually, I got them at this party. They're going to say, who threw the party? And you're like, oh, it was LA Secret Party Club. And then they're just going to bring you in. You don't want to be tied to any big shit. You're not going to be tied to big shit if you're just selling gummies on the beach. Nothing bad's going to happen. You just... It's just too easy. It's too easy to tie you to it. So the best way you could do it is to do it and never go to one of the parties. If you did that, maybe you could make it work. But I just know you because I've been a young person myself. Caspian C's been a young person. You're going to want to go to the first party that you throw. Yeah. So here's what you could do. You could be basically a party, like advertising company, which is just a promoter, which is really what you want to be. Usually you got to have some money to do that, but you don't, and that's fine, or not a lot. But you could start off, and if you really wanted to do this the right way, you're talking about, Rabbi, I want to be a party promoter, and that's fine. You need to have a following. You don't. So you take the checks that you currently are getting and you buy followers. You get at least 10,000 followers. You can get 10,000 Instagram followers for like $100. It's not that expensive. So then you have an account that looks legitimate. Then you start planning small parties and move from there. But dude, party planning, in my opinion, is not the way you want to go. Here's what I can tell you. I was the controller of a party planning business called Above the Top Party Rentals, and it was in Santa Ana, it's in Irvine now. And I can tell you that, like, I know that industry very, very well. I know the wedding industry very well, the bridal industry, and I know the party planning industry because I was the accountant for the company. I can tell you that it's very competitive, and you're going to be running a big risk with 16-year-olds there and 17-year-olds there. If I were you, sell fucking gummies on the side if you need a little bit of scratch. And then when you get to be like 22, 23, 24, and your friends are older and everybody's above 21, then go fucking do the house party thing when you know everybody's above age. Or at that point, you don't do house parties. Then you would be a party promoter at clubs. And that's what you want to be. But the way that you start is you can start by creating an account and having 0 followers. That's cool. It's going to take you all year to get 1,000 followers. Or just take $100, buy 10,000 followers, and then you're cooking with fire. Dog, it takes so long. I can tell you that of every single day on Twitter, if you work 24 hours a day, you will get less than 100 followers per day. It's very, very difficult. And Instagram's even more difficult because they have more software to be able to prevent botting. So what you do is you just I go to a company called InstaFollowers, instafollowers.com, and you just say, I need 1,000 followers, I need 10,000 followers, and you will have 10,000 followers in 5 hours. So basically what I'm saying is, if you want your dream of having like a really great social media account, go make some money. You can make some money with gummies. You can make some money working a job. Do whatever. Get $100 together, and then get 10,000 followers on Instagram. Then put together another $100 and get 10,000 followers on Twitter, and another $1,000 and get 10,000 followers on YouTube. Another $100. Basically, on your 5 major platforms: TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and perhaps that's all you need, really. If you have that, then your company has some credibility. Then you can say to one of your friends, hey, do you want to throw a party? Yeah, let's throw a party. Okay, great. I'm not going to attend it, but I have a company. You can rent my advertising services, and then you can keep it separate. But it's all up to you. It's the temptation that you're going to want to go to these parties, and that's when you're going to get in trouble. I'm telling you, if you want to have all that lifestyle, you don't want to be a party planner. You don't want to be a party promoter. You want to be an influencer. And the way to do that is to start being a creator. Right now, you're live streaming. You just didn't even know it. So you have hours and hours and hours of footage of your voice on live stream. So you're already sharing a lot of yourself with the world. Just turn on a camera and start getting paid to do it. And if you're like, I don't know what to do, you can play games. Gaming is huge. But also, sleep streams are big for some people on some platforms, and as are IRL and reactions and monkey or chat roulette or any of that stuff. But if you want to do all the stuff that you want to do, I know you want to jump from planes and you want to have high-rise real estate and you want to drive Bentleys and Lamborghinis and be able to gift BMWs and all the other cool shit. And I want you to be able to do that too. And I think I'd be able to help you with that. But let's say I can't. Let's say it's all on you and you just have me as advice right now and I can't be a money tree like I want to be and that I think I might be able to be in the future. But right now, since I can't do that for you, I can give you the advice of this. Let's do this the legitimate way. Forget the gummies, forget throwing parties. All you have to do is create a YouTube account, a Twitter account, a TikTok account, a Rumble account, a Kick account, an Odyssey account, your major platforms. I'll teach you how to multi-stream with the push of a button. You'll be live on all of them. And then what? Then you do whatever you want to do. You can be a streamer. You can just do your voice. You can do You can do a voice changer. You can use like They have these things. Well, you can wear a mask. You can wear paint. You can just not show your face. You can use a voice changer. You can use an avatar. There's a lot of different shit you can do if you don't want to just be out there. And I completely understand. Not a lot of people have the confidence or can even. They have a family or they have a job or something. So I understand that. But you got to start creating content. But once you start creating content, you're going to have the ability to network. You're going to have the ability to get donations and subscribers. And by this time next year, you'll have a full-time job live streaming. Basically, Kick will pay you to live stream. So if you want all that stuff, which hot girls, dude, I'm going to tell you this. I knew the King of Glendale, R.I.P., and I can make you the King of Glendale in his absence, okay? And I'm going to tell you this. He made $1 million by age 30 or so, and you can do that. And then he made like $10 million by age 35. So you can definitely be there. And you can do it legitimately. So the way that you do it is you got to say to yourself, do I want to be on stream? If I want to be on stream, then all right, cool. If I'm not, then I need a mask or I need something to cover up my voice, and that's cool. But eventually I'm going to be on stream anyway, so I guess I'll just fucking be on stream. Okay, and I'll just stream my gaming. That's something with which I'm comfortable. I like it. It's entertaining. And then I can maybe meet a couple other people who like to play a game that I like to play. And you can also watch, like you love to watch Vikings. You can watch Vikings on Kick. Their DMCA is a lot better than a lot of other companies, where if you're doing a reaction video to it and you pause it every once in a while and you talk about it in an educational format, then they'll let you do that without getting into trouble. And that's all the same stuff that you do in here. I mean, basically, you are already a live streamer and you don't know it. And you're going to be a good one. We have a lot of... Can you repeat that? He does do it. He is a streamer.
I've been very lazy lately, but I do.
But all the stuff that I'm saying to you, I have said exactly the same fucking shit to Caspian C. Is that not right, Caspian C? The same shit. And I'm right. Before, I just was going to say, I remember Caspian C. Go ahead. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. I just updated it again today with the new channel that I'm doing with Kian.
Sure.
And on that channel, there's links back to my channel and back to Kian's channel. So I made sure that like all the cross.
That's perfect, man.
Rabbi makes sure that like he calls his attention to where all the proper things are to get this area. You know, he's missing about section. You need to fucking get in the about section, Casper. And I was like, God damn it! And every day until I did it. That's what I'm saying about like Rabbi. A lot of motivation.
Thank you.
Sometimes if I'm not showing up, it's maybe I'm in a mood that I don't want to be motivated. But I know Rabbi will motivate. That can help me get a job. That's how you get like really.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
We were hanging out, but you know, we started hanging out more and more, you know, because you're
Dog, I remember how it was. I was asleep, and he came in, and he wanted to help manage my social media, and I explained to him that I can not only can I barely do it, but I can barely log into my stuff because I have so many different passwords and the two-factor authentication. Yeah, you.
Did I offer that?
Yeah, you did. That's how we.
That's pretty bad.
That's exactly how this happened. You were like, you came in and you said, "Hey, do you need some help with your?"
I think I was like, "Do you need help
with your
Because
social
you are
media?"
running up
And
on
and I
fucking
explained
shit."
exactly, and I explained, you don't have any idea how difficult it is for just me to log into my shit when I have to get a fucking phone verification here and an email verification here. And I said to him right off the bat, even if I wanted to pay you and I could pay you, I don't think it would work currently because you would need access to essentially every platform I have and the devices because it literally shows up like you have to be in the same location as the devices when you log into some of these Gmail accounts. Not because I want it that way, because these assholes at Alphabet have it that way. So I explained to him like when I
Whatever I said after that, I was fascinated.
no, I understand. I absolutely understand. But then
So it's funny. I really don't even remember offering that. I wasn't trying to get paid. I was really just trying to figure out like
you wanted something to do. I remember you were like, I need something to do.
Knowing that this guy,
Absolutely. And it was that day.
So I was like offering to help you.
Absolutely. And it was that day that I was like, hey, so even if you wanted to help me, I don't think that you could unless you were here. And unless you were here with me because of the two-factor authentication. Just logging into things is very, very difficult. And sometimes I can't. I have to abandon an account because I can't get in because of a two-factor authentication or for whatever reason. But that was the day that we were like, hey, we went through your skills. We did some chat GPT, and within 36 hours, he was working.
It was amazing. It was really amazing. He found these questions that would be asked for the job, that specific job role. He grilled me. We spent like 2 hours like doing mock interview, and I nailed it the next day. It was an absolute insanity. I was trying not to laugh during the interview because I'm just like, I just answered this. They shouldn't even ask me all, but I was thoroughly prepared and.
Excellent. Well, and
it was just a trip.
And we've been able to transition Caspian C from doing that into being a live streamer. And he has a podcast that he started back up. And he live streams. Before he would live stream on YouTube. But now he live streams on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, quite a few different ones. I mean, if you just look at the amount of content that Caspian C had, even though Caspian C had his own podcast that was a video podcast, and he had like 22 or something in the 20s, that's still only like 50 hours of content in total, along with the other stuff that he has. But the fact that he multi-streams means every single stream that he puts out an hour, he's multi-streaming on 10 times that amount of platforms on the multi-stream, means that for every 5 hours he puts in, it's 50 hours. It's the equivalent of what he had in his entirety. You know who was really nice, Caspian C? Was Wappy Flanker.
Was that?
Wappy Flanker was really nice. The day after, like there were only a few people. Like I had contact with some streamers like Wappy Flanker and you and like Lahori now, but like not super big streamers yet. Though that's coming. I think everybody can tell that's like a day or two away. Am I wrong? I mean, we're very close to having a few people, perhaps bigger streamers come in. And
I absolutely think some big ones are going to come
I do too.
Fascination.
I agree. Hey, this is the guy who's fixing the internet. That's what we need. And so I sent it to like Lil Scam Live and Ori and Wappy Flanker and who else? Just like some medium sized guys. Uh, oh, my friend Orlando Jet. And none of them got back to me the next day immediately. And I was kind of heartbroken because I was like, wow, I shouted them out. I thought it was a really good interview, and I don't know what it's going to take for these guys to say anything. Well, Wappy Flinker had gotten back to me. He just did it in a general chat, and um, he said, "Thank you so much, Rabbi. This means a lot. I'll never forget this." And that was really great. And I know Wappy Flanker's had his own issues, and so by me doing like a big like, "Hey, everybody needs a second chance" kind of a deal, I just it's water under the bridge, as they say. And then I sent it to other people too. Ari got back to me then, like 24 hours later, something, so a little bit later, and that's how we set up this interview. And I'm just telling you, man, I fucking knocked it out of the park. I am waiting on this motherfucker to finish his stream. Shout out to Ari, but I mean, all the things that I covered, I'm just going back through it, and it was like, okay, there were shout outs, but like, what made it different than the other ones? I was able to show that their fucking platform doesn't work. And a billionaire is going to see that, and he's going to say, hey, I've got 200 employees. Why doesn't anybody else see this? It's going to be really exciting. That's going to go fucking viral. How doesn't it? It would be like Elon. It's not the same, but it would be like having Elon Musk or giving Elon Musk a video that goes that he watches of Twitter broken. Like, that has a great opportunity to go fucking viral. And this does too. It's just not as big. But it is still very, very big because he's a billionaire and he's a very public person. So Ari, hurry the fuck up and be done. Here's the thing. I don't know if this is true or not, but I look at the length of his streams, and they're like at 13 hours. He's at 12 hours and 48 minutes now. So I don't know how it works, but I imagine these guys set in their head, like, if I want to make X amount of money, I need to grind out 12, 14, whatever hours. And, I mean, it's like this. Oh, thank you for that link for the faucet, by the way. It's like this. It's like excellent. It's like an unlimited money machine. If you buy enough viewers, people will pay you to stream. But you need money for the viewers to get the money from the views. It's like, yeah. But once you get it, it is like a money machine. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. If they get detected as bots, then they say they won't, but it's very difficult for them to detect them. Chinese merchant, if you really want to do this, the best way to do it is I'll teach you how to build a headless browser, which is basically allows you to create your own bots. And all you have to do is pay for the server costs, which is very, very low. And so you can have like 1,000 people watching you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for not a lot of money. And it's using a headless browser. And the question might be raised, Rabbi, why don't you do that? I tried a lot of these things in the beginning, and it seems like a lot of times when I had to make it work, like I would buy these, when I had more money, I would buy 1,000 viewers at once for an hour or whatever it would be. And they all come, and that's great, but then they go away. And that you want something permanent. And to be honest with you, I just didn't know how to build bots as well as I do now. And so it's called a headless browser. And what does that do? Server costs. Depends how long you want to run it, but usually like maybe $2 per, maybe let's say $1 per viewer per month. So if I want 1,000 people watching me a month, it's $1,000. And so to get those kind of numbers is what you want to get to really get known. And you really need to put that. You got to put up like $4, $5, $6,000 to be able to do this. Now, hold on. I should say this: if you want to do it just for an hour, like some of these streamers do, well, that's a different story. But I don't stream like that. It's because I stream for such long durations of time. I don't want 1 hour of having 500 people watch me and then all the other hours it'd be zero. I'd like it to be a little more consistent. And when you want to get into that type of consistency over long periods of time, it costs about like a cheap, I don't want to say a cheap one, a quality, the best one for the best cost. I've priced it out and it's like $1 each. And the thing is, that to me, it's not that great because that's only on one platform. So that's only 50 people are watching me on YouTube or 500 on YouTube. But that's not Kick, that's not Rumble, and that's absolutely no interaction. That just literally changes a number. And to me, that doesn't do anything for me. It's not worth the money, in my opinion, for what I do, because I do such long streams. Now, if I were a different streamer and I was going to have a big time Saturday night stream and it was going to be 2 hours and I was going to have a bunch of people I was going to interview, yeah, well, that one's easy. And then I could pay that. Then I could pay for the server cost for that and it wouldn't be that bad. Now, the thing would be, you could do a little bit of both. You could do for the interviews and stuff, pay for the server costs and then not have it the other times. But frankly, even the server costs cost money, a good amount of money. Like you're saying, for one day, 1,000 people or something's $1,000. It's expensive. And don't think I haven't tried it. I have done that in the past where I bought for 1 month. I've even done this. I even bought people's services from India. Real people who spent 1 month with me in one of my chats so that I had real chatters. 5 people I bought for 1 month. And why didn't it work? When I would do my live streams, sometimes my internet goes out, and when it does, I have to get all the people back on. Like, okay, so either my internet can go out, or every 12 hours, I have to start a new stream. So here's what would happen. I would say to these people, okay, here are the 8 links that you need to watch for the next 12 hours. And then 12 hours would go by. Then I'd have to start up all my different streams, and I'd be like, okay, here are the 8 new links that you need. And they'd be like, wait, what about the previous links? So it's like herding cats here, because some people think we're using the old links, now we're using new links. And then in another 12 hours, we need another set of 8 links. And then another 12 hours, another set of 8 links. And I'm sure if I had managed it a little bit better, it would have been better, but I wasn't seeing any results. So I had 5 people from India who we've talked about everything we have in common in the first 10 minutes. And now it's just like, oh, okay, now they're just putting like emojis and stuff. So it looks like a bot anyway. Sure. Excellent. In the account that I send you messages on, just send it there. If I don't join with that account, the only reason is I'm at my 100 accounts, but I have a lot of other accounts, and I'll join with those, and I do check those as well. And if it turns out to be a good server and active, I'll add it to my list of 100. So send it to the account, and then what you want to do, you need a good name if you're going to be an influencer, and it can be whatever you want. I would not go with Chinese merchant. I would go with something like I I'm different. I go with something futuristic because I like that kind of shit. But whatever it is, I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. Just make sure it's consistent on every single platform. That it's the same on YouTube and Kick and Twitch and all that other shit. Because you don't want to have to be in the position where I was sometimes, where I'm talking about streamers and I'm like, hey, follow Sam Bond on Kick, but it's Sam V Bond on Instagram and Sam V Bond on, you know what I mean? You don't want to have to be going through that. All right. You get what I'm saying. Excellent.
They won't resurrect.
Okay. Well, wait. So if you have an influencer friend, that can help you immensely. That's what you need. Oh, he just hopped out. Okay. Ori, stop streaming. Dude, Caspian C, can you hear me? You know what my favorite part of that stream was? When that girl started clapping when I talked about you should not discriminate against people based on the color of their skin nor the content of it. Did you hear her? She came in and started clapping. I loved it.
Don't stop, talk! We read it in Yom Kippur. It's called Chazon Ha'atzamot HaYeveshot. The vision of the dry bones. It's a legendary part from the Tanakh. Even the Goyim admire this. He says, can they revive? He says, start saying your prophecy. And the prophet described, slowly, the pieces of the bones got connected. They started to roll, get connected. All of a sudden, he started to see ligament, veins, flesh, skin, everything. And they got up, they came up, they stood, thousands of people, and they started to shake the dust from their clothes. They got up, all of a sudden, you see thousands of people, they hug each other, they're all friends, brother, sister. He says that there was a huge noise in the valley. You couldn't hear anything from the noise. Thousands of people are excited. So what this Gemara says, those who have a defect in their body, they get up with their defect. You don't have a leg, you get up without a leg. You don't have an arm, you get up without an arm. You don't have an eye, you get up with one eye for 1 hour. 1 hour you live to feel how it should have been. And then you died, and then you resurrect again, complete forever. No more death, no more birth, no more reincarnation, until this world is finished. Then Hashem takes the soul one more time out of the body and sends them to life of eternity. Olam HaNeshamot, Olam HaNetzach. Over there, nothing can help you. Not Kaddish, not Mishnayot. There's nobody to say Kaddish. This world will be over. What you are, that's what you get for eternity. Bezrat Hashem, we hope to be in the top of the pyramid. Baruch Adonai L'Olam. Amen ve'amen. We continuing the series that we started. That's the 4th session today, number 4. It's the series of the Talmud. And last week we finished Masechet Shabbat. We already finished Masechet Brachot. We finished Masechet Shabbat. Today we'll start Masechet Eruvin. It will be called in 5 minutes. I just turned it on. And the last we say, to refresh your memory for those who were here last week, that a person that has no jealousy, is not a jealous person, when he dies, if you open up his grave after a long time, there's a high chance that his body will still be full. And I gave a few examples last week how they sometimes open the graves of righteous people after years that they are buried, and they find a complete body. And sometimes if they bury a wicked person, even 5 days later you come, almost the half of the body is eaten already. And it's very interesting. So this is what we finish with, and then we spoke about what's going to happen in the times of the resurrection of the dead, Tchiyat HaMetim. And that's where we finished last week. Okay, today we're starting at Masechet Eruvin, Tanu Rabbanan. 2.5 years, there was a big argument between Bet Shammai and Bet Hillel. Bet Shammai and Bet Hillel is two different yeshivot about 2,000 years ago. Shammai was a very big Rav, and Hillel was a very big Rav. Two giants, the biggest of the generation, and they had hundreds of Talmidim and thousands of people who followed their Shita, their way. We know that Shammai was more strict in many things. Hillel was more lenient in many ways. And today you should know that every argument that they had, almost in all the places, with almost no exception, the halakha is like Hillel. Hillel started his life very, very poor. He was chopping trees and selling them and making few pennies, just that he can pay to come to enter yeshiva and learn, because the people used to pay money to learn. It wasn't for free like today. They're begging people just come and learn. Baalei Tshuva, all the yeshivot of the Baalei Tshuva, they're begging people to come to learn. They sponsor the rabbis, everything, and still people, most of them don't show up. And in the old days, you wanted to learn, you have to pay. If you didn't have money, there's a bouncer there. He doesn't let you in. Later in his life, he became wealthier, Hillel. Later, close to the end of his life, he lived 120 years. And 2.5 years, he is arguing with Shammai.
Give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Right? Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza. Fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. You know, what exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, b'toch hamachane, you know, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of, you know, his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trup. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz as we're starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trup, when you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner.
5774.
5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. You don't need my wife's brothers. Okay, thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? Yes. 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear. But I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there. Which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking about, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders, meaning it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions. When they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism. And the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that not so well the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their their experience in various realms of hiding money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember these.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says, Baruch Hashem. Okay, all right. No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals? Yes. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman and importuned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what's Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. but it was under Van dem Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think. Really, it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, but wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist, because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher Koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very, very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in den Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny just even saying it, that's why we say in German, Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian? Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove, had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who are like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth, but I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the... There's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. Because so as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated, meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which were circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact, every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the.
So I don't fucking listen to it. I don't know. It's just like I'm doing so much other shit. I never am like, oh, let's listen to myself. All right, Rabbi Rothschild. Watch this shit. Doesn't work. It doesn't. I know. I type my own fucking name in here, and who do I get? Fucking Jacob Rothschild. And then this motherfucker, Rabbi Jacob Rothschild, who's going to be like very, very famous in this fucking video of him. It's going to be so fucking famous that it's going to be maybe one of the most famous fucking things in the whole history of the fucking internet. Just because I'm going to put him there, because everybody's going to be like, who in the fuck is this? All right. Here we go. We have to literally change the fucking settings. Why is this? Why do I have to press request desktop site? I literally have to know a little bit of programming to be able to find my fucking self on YouTube. Why is this such horseshit? I'm going to let everybody know how much this fucking sucks until I am hearing myself live. Now, Eddie, why don't you have your shit work like YouTube, where we could just listen to it now and not have to wait till it makes a VOD? Like, dude, we're going to make it right. We're going to fix this whole fucking site. All right, is it playing? I can't fucking hear myself. Dog, go. Talk. Dog. Already 0 for 1. I mean, it recorded. I can tell it recorded. I just don't have enough fucking patience for that angle when I know I have another fucking 18 angles on which to watch it. So why watch it on that? Here we go. Now fucking work. Okay, it's working. Okay, here we go. Well, it fucking recorded. At least somebody fucking recorded it. Hey, Eddie, how did they fucking figure this out? I make fun of their company, and their company gets this shit to work. So imagine when I'm thinking of your company, when I'm having to show you all the shit that's broken. For myself in the future, there's nothing better than knowing that never have it counted, kids. Never have it counted, but just to fucking know you've got something special on your hands, and it's just a matter of hours until other people are going to see this, and you think you fucking knocked not only the previous one out of the park, but this one too. We'll see. I say the same 5 fucking words so much. Absolutely, excellent, positive. Ari listened really well. Shout out to Ari. I know I told him this in the interview, but he listened really, really well. He got it. He's like, he knew about data being the Earth's most valuable resource and all that shit. Here I am typing to him with the fucking bot I made. That's you tried your best. Cashman T, thank you for your efforts. But I had to bring in the big guns for that. Because I'm telling you, people don't know what to think of me, and they get a little nervous. They get a little hesitant. What's this going to be? I mean, it happens. I get it. But he's happy it happened, and I'm happy it happened. Here we go.
All of them, they're gonna like unwrap their sophisticated and like such a solid attitude is the way
Here we go.
describe what you like. It's not
Can you hear it?
sugar, right? And I'm just like, see your buds, and I'm like, okay, you know, at first I'm like, this is a bullshit.
That's okay if you're not listening to it.
This is.
I love listening to me more than anything.
So you look into it and you realize,
But I kind of hate it too.
what's the motive? Then I see you talk about
Hold on.
world peace.
Can you hear it now?
That is the most necessary topic in the world. Over gold, air, water, wind,
That's okay.
everything in the universe.
We'll get it good in a few hours or so.
Everything you want world peace. That's what your main goal is for all these children. Right? You don't understand how when somebody looks at your account, they go, "What's about this?" And when I tell them that this guy has the craziest intellect towards what this is for, you'll be shocked. And I said, "Yeah, cool." So I'm happy to do this. Welcome, Rabbi Rothschild.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. This is such a wonderful opportunity to speak with you, Ari. If you don't mind, you hit it right off the bat perfectly. I stream my life for 24/7 for world peace. This goes back to the pandemic, 3 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You're exactly right, Roy. You say data is Earth's #1 resource. That's correct. And that's not just Rabbi saying that. That's the Economist magazine. They stated that in 2018. Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king. Not making it true today, as are you. You're either one of two things in this world. You're either a creator or you're a consumer. And you are someone who creates content. That is amazing. We talked about some things that normally aren't discussed on this stream, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about nootropics and cold shock therapies. We talk about erosion therapy. But that gets into moving into a new type of technology known as mind-uploading technology. This is the very exciting thing. So listen up here. Mind-uploading technology is where we scan your brain. We scan that beautiful brain of Ari's wicked ones for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being who clone of themselves, an android, an avatar, anything.
I have Lyme disease. I have a chronic illness. Yeah, I got bit by a tick when I was a kid. I used to ride motorcycles. I'm gonna die for that, and you. Absolutely, I will. Absolutely, I understand. Please pray for Rabbi, and he figures this out before I die. Because if I'm cooked and my brain fries, you can't bring it back. No liquid generator is gonna bring that back. Why do you think they froze Bin Laden's head? You know.
Well, I can tell you this, it's for revivification technology, essentially the idea of revitalizing people who were formerly dead and bringing them back to life. I can tell you this, Ari, and I want everybody to hear this. Ari, you have as much evidence as you have possible that I will do my everything to bring you back if that's the case. But let's find a cure to Lyme disease.
He's fine, Rabbi. He's fine. I'm serious. I always, and they ban it. I'm like, this Rabbi. And so I made a deal with Sean, which is, you know, my mom's, of course, you know, Sean and Kiki. They both said, no more bans on your accounts. You're free to do whatever you want in the chat. 100%. I promote that. Absolutely. And I look forward to this because I think you're onto something that nobody else knows. I think you got something good. You're 100%. I don't know if you watched your chat last night. I was in your stream with you too. I typed to you. What did I say? Yeah, I was typing in your YouTube the other 2 years, and I could just see done, he's going to get it done. Imagine if you have time and knowledge, you're going to get anything. It's like Elon Musk. This is literally a young Elon Musk right there.
You're so wonderful. Thank you so much for reading your book. You should know that I am no smarter than any other person. I'm completely average. And I've just had some different experiences, and I've been able to utilize those. I want everyone to know that. Well, obviously, you're such a good listener. So let's all take that into account. Roy's an amazing listener. He's absolutely right. I'm all about peace. That's what we push. I thought for peace. I would do this for no other reason. But I'm sick of hearing about people dying in the world. I dream of a day one day when nobody dies. Whether we're able to get there or not, I want to. If we want to get off the planet and eventually start doing space tourism and interstellar travel, we need to have peace at home. And that's very, very important. So, go ahead.
We need a Milto, I forget what the word will be, but a Milto galaxy, I forget what the word is, but it's when you go to these galaxies. The multiverse, yeah, but it's called, like, basically, so if you look at, like, a country that's like San Jose, Cambodia, it's the second country, America, world, amazing. Now, there's like another place that if we could just zip to, like red light, zip, like you're making, it would be even more than that with the shit that we get.
100%. These will be known in the future as jump rooms. You walk through a door, a portal basically, and end up in another part of the world. Absolutely. So this is known as a jump room, and I'm a huge advocate of it. Some of the things that we discuss as well as our ending world hunger, first and foremost, through the use of different technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. We talk about saltwater greenhouses and hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I'm going to end world thirst through the use of smart straws, through digging of wells, which we've already done with the Harry Potter Obama-Sonic 10 needed cryptocurrency, and we look to keep doing more of that. And most of all, using desalination plants where we pump the water from the ocean onto land and make it drinkable. The earth is 2/3 water. There's no reason why we should have to worry about water shortages anywhere on earth. I'm a huge advocate for the developing world. I'm a huge advocate for countries having water access, both drinking water and ports. I think that's very important as well. Let me give you a quick tour if you don't mind. Ari, is that okay?
I'm going to absolutely love that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So over here, first and foremost, I got the world's best cryptocurrency.
You know, your phone was also the interview.
Oh, absolutely. So this is better.
Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Everybody know.
I've got 20,000 accounts. Man, I'm not kidding. There's no account that doesn't go Rabbi. I'm not lazy. I'm just saying because I see my chat. They're like, get this shit out of here. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's not gonna say something. This shit is just my motherfucking word. Oh, welcome. Zero. You're busy. We're gonna go do a trillionaire. You're never gonna die. We're gonna make sure that your friends and family are all taken care of for the rest of the time. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. Data is their number one resource. Come to data to make you rich and Harvey rich and his whole community, the whole Harvey thing, everybody. You have to understand, I have more than 100 times more data than Mr. Beast alone. I'm on it for more than 3 years. This is a time capsule for society. Over here alone, rely on in Aiden Ross's Discord. Shout out to Aiden Ross. Shout out to his Discord, his moderation team. They've been amazing for me. Shout out to iShow Speed, your moderation team has been wonderful. Specifically, shout out to Tootsie took care of everybody in there for me. Shout out to all of the different streams. I got 3 different Discords on which I'm in here, and I've got a bunch of not just Discords, but Chromebooks and platforms. Now what we're going to show you is how these drives work. And let's show check carries Rabbi. So now you have like 9 different things. Yeah. So you have like obviously 9 different devices with different screens. There's a lot of internet, especially electricity. Yeah. So is it profitable? I know right now it's a build up. It's like basically putting in the I understand you're going to build that million% because you're taking, like they say, not to go off topic, but microtransaction, 1 Bitcoin transaction is enough to turn your lights on for a week. So Rabbi's making, basically taking hypothetically, all the Bitcoin and putting it in one spot. Hypothetically, not literally, but hypothetically. In a different topic. Not to video. I was curious how much does that shit cost? Because you gotta run the whole time. I watch your stream. You sleep in the on-site bed. Does the chat die? I'm like, wow, this is impressive. I literally watch it like, oh my god, I'm watching on stream. Like watch partying your stream. And I was like, this is impressive. The chat's like, why are you watching this? I'm like, you guys don't know what I'm looking at right now. You are looking at, you can recognize some of the accounts, perhaps. I can tell you that my power bill is no more than it needs to be because we have solar. And so basically, every year, maybe start going, maybe start channel, start going, KCIP for Rabbi. One of these days, let's talk about that for a second because this is really important. And so, Eddie Craven, I know you own Kick, and I want you to know that it's going to be very, very successful. But I just want you to know I'm a certified project management professional, and I do have some experience with app development. I've launched apps successfully in the App Store and Google Play, and I just want you to know that there's some major issues that we're going to show you. So one moment, I'm going to flip my camera. This is okay. Here we go. Excellent. Turn off your on your iPhone. Sure, just one moment. Just one moment. There's no way if Eddie's watching that, you can see me here from here. Again, this is going to go viral right here. Like this? It's not flips. What I see is, see these black bars. If you I guess it's numbers. Okay. So, what I'm going to show you first, this is how I do labs on the computer, on the phone. So I use, I want everybody to see my hand. Really, I'm sick of buying everybody. I'm ready to go viral. And excellent. So this is how it's done. There are all kinds of apps that you can download, but essentially, this is an app. This is an app that's called Macro Recorder, and we'll put it on like 5-minute intervals, or I believe it's called auto clicker. So I used to do gambling, and so you need auto clicker to grab the first. So I would macro auto seconds it'll click. I can change it to be every 3 seconds I want it to click, or every 1 second. Here it is, clicking every 1 second. And there you go. So you can do it as long as you want. You can program it, and it's really amazing. Okay, with that being said, here is a successful site. So Eddie, watch this. You have 200 people working for you. You really need to work on the sign-up process because this is costing people money. This is how people, their families are provided for, and I'm standing up for. So here's a successful login. Okay, so that's so just so you see, it does work, but it only works about 33 to 50% of the time. So here,
Constantly retry, no matter if it's
that's exactly right. And people don't understand this. If you're a new user, it's a bad process for you. So here,
Eddie doesn't realize this.
I know he does.
As much as it sounds so bad to say, Rabbi, he has the power. Pause that for a second.
Sure.
Rabbi has the power and the capability and the tools at hand to maliciously, it can be malicious. It is 0% malicious. This man could make a buck to spam a dick in your Discord and just porn in your Discord, you know what I mean? Yeah, like if you like he could do anything. I was telling him to sign the chat. Like if you get on Rabbi's bad side, not that it would be malicious because obviously it's against the US, but like Eddie doesn't realize you're a tool. Like you are a literal fucking tool that they could use. Like they need it like sign Rabbi. Okay, Eddie. Rabbi isn't very good. He's good at coding. This man knows what he's doing. And if he is telling you the problem on stream firsthand, like showing you the problem, like right there, that means that you can tell the intent's good. Nobody would show if it was malicious. Then you would go, everyone, you can get 5,000 viewers like this, right? Boom. If he wants, he can give anybody the viewers. He doesn't want that. He wants them to have his account to make clips, make it world peace, Rabbi, all that. That's the whole plot. If you do realize it's probably easier for him to bot viewers than do this.
Totally. No one wants to make videos for billionaires so that they fix their platform. But here we go. This is going to be a successful sign up that tells a user unknown error. It presses the button. It says unknown error. But now, like that, unknown error, we can get that word. Everything got right. You're like, this is not fair.
This is last time Sam's to clarify because I've seen this. I know it's from Sam's room.
No. No, this is brand new. I did this today. This was not on Sam's room. This is brand new. Yeah. Eddie's never. Eddie's
in my chat right now, for example, you can go to Orion, use me an example, and you can show your publisher.
Oh yeah, I'll show you that bot too. I just want to make sure that these issues are documented on the platform because this is costing people money. It's costing Eddie money. But a lot of times you're a new user, you think you did something wrong and you didn't. I'm telling you, 50% of Kate's audience could grow if they fix this. It's the sign.
Looks at detail these things. Signs picked up some nice God. Things like that. All right. Here we go. And then do something and then open it. And if it doesn't, so this is a script chat, and for anybody that has a zero,
it's a macro. I use JIT macro. So here it is. Unknown error. Try again. Unknown error. Try again. Okay.
There's a problem as well with fresh subs. I just get
issue discussed is when they try to subscribe for themselves. I have viewers that have hundreds of gifted, and they're not even allowed to subscribe themselves. That's terrible. Well, at least we're documenting this, and he'll fix it. You see the kind of man that he is. He takes questions every week, and he'll fix this. This won't matter. That's how often he cares about his life. A millionaire will watch us and talk about their problems. We're going to make Eddie listen to me. I'm going to make me $1 billion. I'm going to make you $1 trillion. So it's signed up successfully. But then if I log out, watch, you're going to get another weird here. Great. Now what? Unlimited, because I use 10 email services. Okay, so here's the thing. I need 69. The user, please fix my 30, 69. No, many please fix 69. No, that was not true. 56, nobody has that. How about any please fix cake? There. We'll just carry it on word in there. Usernames, that's companion. I'm going to end this video. Hopefully you guys can fix it. Okay, and if you wonder how I did that, that's just a regular login and then a log out and then trying to create another account. And this is the final one. You're with us, so it's Eddie. Please fix where it's not working. It says username 30, make it. I mean, that just fix it, and nobody cares. That was you earlier. Exactly. Ari's Rabbi made a box for Ari. Yeah, that was the name. That was so that didn't take you right off. No, it takes me 15 seconds. Right, I figured. That's why I was reacting at first to anybody because like, usually I say hi to you, and it's like you're sleeping, so it's because I know you're most of the time. Yeah, so much. And I hate everything that I do. Because I know how much opportunity. I mean, Eddie's given me 150 subs. He's been much, his watch time. Eddie is, I mean, Rabbi knows all the little intricate small things that need to be fixed. I'm guarantee he doesn't want money. No, I don't. I just want it to be the best platform possible. You are Jewish, correct? Absolutely. So long after that, that's going to be long because there's no work. Absolutely. So anyway, you're going to be seeing here, I'll speed it up a little just for time. And you're going to be seeing me signing up for the account, getting the 6-digit code. Copy this, and paste your links, and paste this. So what happens? I really never know. It's like, if we can either 30%, 70%, if you were doing it, I thought it was because it took a long time. Usually if it takes long, it works. But not this time. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11. In the chat, there's something that is here. We're ready to see. I should have met this out. And you're not trying the most basic thing. Keep in mind that Guinness listens to your cards. This is how people sign up. You're So this person got me banned from chat. So that's good. They're on their A game. That was PX6 shot to PX6. I'm gonna have a shout out for them a little bit later if Laurie allows us. So what we're gonna do is close this, and what it does is it just finds the next just chatting channel and it will spam them. And essentially, it's how I got to this point. The fact is, in global history, I've never had basically a person on the platform who isn't a user on the platform, who's a streamer on the platform. But because I multi-stream enough that I have the ability to still stream my life while also making everyone aware of what I do on the platform. So it's going to press the final button here.
So you're going to go down like 5 years into that. I love that idea because I know
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Same ways.
AI will be able to automatically edit my videos over 24 hours down to a 3-minute or 2-minute or 1-minute summary for people on a daily basis. So you can just find out what I'm doing and we can grow up together. So what it did, it just pressed the follow button. The next thing that it will do is it will create a clip of the channel, and then once it creates a clip, it will spam the person. And when it spams the person, it does it like 8 times, and then it goes to the next person.
Any streamer on Kick that's watching, small streamer, middle streamer, anybody ever bought, if you see clipped by Rabbi Rothschild, this is what's doing. He's not actually. So, is the clips more profitable? Because I noticed when you started doing clips, because I've been streaming a long time now, you stream every minute for 20 hours now. I've been live. Follow, join Discord for Rookies. You know, the original.
Absolutely. Both are excellent. I gotta say, both have different audiences. So some people who put on some kind of blocker on my spam cannot put on a blocker, which is something that perhaps Kate needs to do for clips. So if they're not going to see my spam, they're going to see my clips, because the only way to get rid of my clips currently is for the actual streamer to be able to delete them. So I wish
Just like
everyone knew.
I don't know. Once I noticed when you were doing it with them coalesce, because at first every service refused. What is going on? And I think once they see this, that's why I want to do this. Once they see this, because I tried to show my chat, or tell my chat, and my mods were like, "What are you even saying?" And I'm like, "No, like he's like for real, like this is real." And I wrote it, and I called him. Like this is real. It's not just like some funny like mod that spams. Like this is like some intricate shit here.
Absolutely. Rookies is going to happen at any time and anywhere. This is the time, this is the place, and perhaps this is the method. And so you've got the chance to see bots that work. And also, Eddie, if you see this, and Santa Maria, just know that I'm here. If you need any help, but you see that things are going to get fixed. I know they're going to get fixed. I know the way that you guys operate, and you're going to put a team on this. I heard Eddie say recently that he had 200 people working for Kick, and that's working for State. He really needs to double up. If he wants to be the best, he needs to double up and make sure it's perfect. And then get rid of all the people if you need to. But for right now, we want to make sure that this is the best platform possible, and his current team just doesn't have the sheer possibility to push out updates fast. I see how fast you push out updates, and it needs to be fast. You need to be able to adapt to the environment. And when you have people like I am, I'm a nice person. Imagine if I would be malicious. You would really need a big team to be able to adapt. So, with that point, do you mind if I do some shout outs?
Absolutely, shout out whoever you want, how many giveaways you want. Shout out to Rabbi, let alone, you never get to shout out to Rabbi Rothschild, Eddie Rookies, and Viral Rabbi, longest YouTube streamer on YouTube, Viral Rabbi Rothschild.
Thank you so much. So, if you didn't have the opportunity to hear that, this goes back to the pandemic, and we've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. We've talked about how we want to end world hunger. We've talked about how we want to end world thirst. We talked about life extension and mindful living. And again, I said it before, Ari, I'm going to do everything I can to help you with any health issues that you have. And if something happens, I'm going to bring you back. If that's what you want. And you guys heard it here first. Content is king.
If I die and you know, end up hypothetically, sad thing, contradict, will you play my bonds?
Oh, absolutely. We have your bots saved now. If you know on my archive, yeah. So absolutely, you will live into eternity. But here's the thing: we're gonna get you back. It's called revivification technology. If God forbid we have to get you back, we will. You and all those people who were cryogenically frozen, and also other technological ways to bring people back, we will. But I don't want that to happen. We're gonna find you.
Where's your stream? Where can I find your stream? Right, you know.
Sure.
Guys,
Can you hear me? Excellent. And this is what I'm here to fix. I hate apps that don't work. I hate batteries that run out. I'm here to fix technology. All of this is really important for me to fix. Thank you. So right now, content is king. Data is Earth's number one resource. I have more data than any person. So everyone, tell everyone you know, come to Glory Street right now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We are here. No fear. Get over it. Quit watching all the other streamers right now and watch this stream. Tell everyone you know. And if you see this, make sure to make clips because I'm going to name all the biggest streamers on the internet. And if you're the biggest and all your biggest streamer friends aren't on this, they're going to want to be. They're going to benefit from this because a rising tide lifts all ships. Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, text everyone you know. I want them to watch this stream right now because we're going viral. I'm going to show you some magic, baby. This is a fireside chat for the 31st century. Please tell everyone you know about this and share it once it's done. Please make Rabbi viral. Please make Ari viral. Thank you to everyone. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Share my clip with you no matter what. And if you ever want to come, and if you have like a new implementation or a new idea or say something, feel free to say, hey, you might check me inside later, man. Great. Call me up with it. Like, just lots of friendship. We're locked into all that. You on Discord?
Absolutely.
Also, people are great. You go to Grocery before they're curious where they can find your stream.
Oh, yeah. Great question. Apologies for that. Check Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, Filter by Live. I'm going to tell everybody how you can find all my stuff right now. My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. My blog is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Just remember to press my face. It's the longest blog entry you'll ever see. My link tree is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. The first link on there that's YouTube. If you click that, you'll see all my YouTubes simultaneously. You can find me anytime by typing Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube and Filter by Live. The key is filtering by Live. Type #5Rabbi in any search engine and Filter by Live. I have more content than anyone ever. Over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram channels. For YouTube, type Rabbi Rothschild. For Instagram, type Rabbi Rothschild. 300 Twitch channels, Rabbi Rothschild. 1,000 TikTok accounts, search Bible Rabbi. 2,000 Twitter accounts, search Rabbi Rothschild or Bible Rabbi. And over 10,000 King accounts, usually they're under Jordan Emirates. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I do Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea, Instagram, Imager, Reddit. Look me up, just type #Bible Rabbi in Reddit, and you'll see my AMAs. I'm live in a bunch of different Discords. Shout out to Anna Ross's Discord, shout out to I Trust Me Discord, shout out to Kai Sanat's Discord, shout out to Billy, that's big in China. I'm live on Mobile TV, many times Flickr, Telegram. I'm live in the Harry Potter Obama Style Telegram. I have been for more than a year. Live on Facebook, Pinterest, we have accounts. Check out Tumblr, check out the Contact, that's Future Russia. Vocals, I'm live on Vocals right now. People don't even know what that is, and I'm like, check out WeChat. of course, we're on WhatsApp, and you can check out even people who about me on 4chan and 8chan and all that stuff. Check out SoundCloud. You can check me out on MySpace if you can find something. Check me out on Canberra. You can check me out on Logo TV. We have 505, Nemo TV, No Live. I have a podcast on Spotify, Rabbi Rothschild Podcast, it's the Kick Podcast. The Live, You Now. We are live on Breakers TV, Trumbo Call, Odyssey, FC2, Live, and Arena TV. The way I'm able to multi-stream so much is because I use Rumble streaming software, which is really light. And you were asking, like, how are you able to do all that with the internet and everything? Because it multi-streams, it's actually pretty light on my bandwidth. While it's obviously heavy upload, it's manageable. So I'm live on like 330 different streams right now because I multi-stream on so many different platforms, on so many different devices. I want to say to everybody, and I want everyone to know that I stand up for everyone. People everywhere on earth, wherever they are. I am here to stand up for all beings in the universe. I want peace everywhere, not just in the world, but the universe. First, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on Stream Ari. I understand I have a lot to say, and if you don't have time to allow me to say everything, then I understand. Oh no, we're friends forever. Absolutely. And just know that the content that I have to say, absolutely. We have the opportunity to go viral, and it's in the best, in your and the world's best interest to just let go. So let me tell you a history of how I learned about Ari. I was just a regular streamer, just like anyone else, and I noticed one day someone who was very front and center of the camera, who had a very recognizable face, and I saw that he had a really short, easy to remember kick username, and it was OURI. And I immediately started watching him, and immediately started interacting with him, and immediately he started interacting back, and I thought, wow, not only is Kick a really special platform because you're able to make connections with the streamers so quickly, but this person is really engaged with their audience, and ever since then, Ari has been in my mind as one of my favorite streamers. We bonded then, we're bonding now. I've been in his Discord for months. He's always been very kind to me, so I'm his moderator. Shout out to you. Additionally, reasons why Ari's amazing. He has an engaging personality, and he just draws viewers in. I can just watch him do reaction videos all day long. He has unique content. You never know what he's going to have. He has amazing people from Monkey who we met. Shout out to his friend who we saw. And then he brings on a rabbi who's talking about world peace. You never know what Ari's going to have. He has a really strong community and community-driven effort. Yeah, like it's small, it's a one-man crew, but he has a great people who support him, great viewers who are there for him. He's always talking in the chat. You know, this is a really interesting thing about Ari. For some people, the chat is just there. For Ari, it's like another character on his stream. It is essentially part of his stream, and it shows how true Ari is to his community. He's so consistent. He's always streaming. He's been streaming for like 30 hours, or awake 30 hours. I mean, just incredible fortitude. Yeah, he's just a really funny person. So shout out to Ari. Shout out to the
fucking rabbi, man. Yeah, man, I'm not great at taking compliments, and even my, my mother doesn't talk to me like that. That was a very deep and I feel a certain way, man. Rabbi, I see you say, you said like I gained a lot of. What do you say? You said you bonded a lot more time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You weren't even talking.
No,
Nobody else.
That's true.
You didn't even know I would see it.
That's absolutely true.
That's why I'm really genuine. You're a solid dude.
You're a wonderful Ari. And if you don't know what Ari's mentioning, there was a recent Sam Bond interview that I did in a reference later. Check that out. We cover a lot of topics there. And what he's saying is that over the course of the months that I have been more and more engaged in Kick, I got to know all of you. I've been brought into your homes, onto your boats, into your lives, and seen good times for you and bad times for you. And I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate them being so open with themselves to allow the world in and to a portal into their life. It's just amazing. That's how I met Ari. It's how I've been able to meet so many wonderful people.
every streamer out there. Right now, Rabbi, if you are still dating rabbis once, listen, no more. No, let's be real. It's for a good cause. It's not like it's hurting you. You should read a couple messages. Yes, it might be tedious.
Here, I'll teach you what you can do if you don't want the bots involved. You can have a pretty long rules message. Just look at Lurk 24's rules. He never gets banned because his rules are really long, and I don't program the bots. Just scroll all that, and then also what you can do is turn on 1 or 2 minute delay after the follow-up, and you won't get spammed. But you should know that I don't think I'm gonna have to spam for too much longer. I'm getting more and more famous, and I want people who supported me, including you, Ari, including the people from Gig, including the cryptocurrency, Harry Potter, Homicide, and Inu, is going to go into the moon. Thank you for all the people of this cryptocurrency. If you're wondering, like, what is all of this, like Sonic the Hedgehog stuff, this is a cryptocurrency that started out as a meme coin. It was worth less than a penny when I started with it, and now it's worth 33 cents, and it's just going up. And so just know that one of these, it's an NFT. When I first started looking at them, they were basically free. They were like $800. Now they're $11,000. So shout out to the Sproul community. Shout out to the Harry Potter Obama Science Tech community. It's going up. So Aiden Ross by Harry Potter Obama Science Tech community. The ticker is Bitcoin. Eddie Craven by Harry Potter Obama Science Tech community. The ticker is Bitcoin. Elon Musk by Harry Potter Obama Science Tech community. The ticker is Bitcoin. I stand up for streamers, and the numbers that sometimes I see on Kick are not accurate, and I want everybody to know it. Sometimes I see people who have 10,000 viewers and no chatters, and that just doesn't happen. And so I want Eddie to know that people see this and they want to be able to trust the site. I understand that people have all kinds of tricks up their sleeve, and that's why I think that it's in your best interest to hire more engineers and programmers to be able to combat this. You don't want to be reactive. You want to be proactive. You want to have things in place.
I will say, streaming on Gavin, I was working the third day of this started. And it used to be reliable over. And it would be just like swastikas, and like I would have 39,000 followers, or 39,000 viewers. And they didn't have any type of they definitely work on it, but you make Twitch, a lot of bots, and then like people say they have your attention until there's a level, and then they flip it maliciously. Now it's a problem.
100%. Well, there are ways that these can be combated. Perhaps no system is perfect, but something's got to be done, because if you do have the opportunity to be able to log in and not get the server error, well then how are you supposed to trust a platform? And then I'm going to be honest with you, and Eddie Santamaria, the whole King team, how am I going to trust State? When you want to take my money to gamble, and I can't trust you with my streaming experience, boy, that's why I say I think State needs a lot more employees as well to make sure that it is the most smooth, most efficient platform possible. And I think that you see, if we have the issue that we're experiencing with King, imagine what kind of issues State may have. I don't even use State, but I'm going to one day. I'm going to be a huge gamer on State. They're only ones I can trust.
And everybody, let's hit it here. Let me say, shout out to Rabbi. You need to make a specific kick that you stick to. You would be, dude, be in a Rothschild school. Like everybody on this app knows your name, what your name is. You know what I mean? Rabbi Rothschild. It's the mainstream of the kick.
Absolutely. Well, that will happen. That was made in that way. That will certainly happen. Thank you so much. And I want people to know in some other topics, I'm a huge advocate for open source software. I'm against permanent bans. I think they are too strict. Can you hear me? Excellent. I think they are too strict and at least need annual reevaluation. I stand up for women. I'm an advocate for women. I'm a feminist. I am hydrogen again. I'm a big advocate for the hydrogen car. Hydrogen is the universe's most abundant element, and it's much safer than perhaps lithium-ion batteries. And so I look to hydrogen cars in the future. The one reason why we haven't had mass adoption of hydrogen cars is because it's hard to find hydrogen fueling stations. But just know that the most abundant element on Earth can be made pretty cheaply, much cheaper than electricity, perhaps and petrol. I'm a huge advocate for Wikipedia. If you can, please give to Wikipedia. Wikipedia may not always be free, and you may want to be grandfathered in. So give to it if you can. I'm a huge advocate for the very straight tunnel. This is a tunnel that connects Asia and North America, and that would allow you to drive from New York to London or Cape Town. Additionally, I want to, and it's only 51 miles that need a tunnel or bridge or something, and also about 70 miles north past the Darien Gap between Panama and Colombia. If we're able to build a road with the Darien Gap and the Pan American Highway, we would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or Rio de Janeiro to wherever you want in Africa, to Cairo, to perhaps Cape Town and hold on a second, Pretoria, or with that said, I appreciate that. If people know who Bob Lazar is, I'm a huge advocate for Bob Lazar. Absolutely, thank you, Ari. I love you so much. I didn't even need to know that you knew who Bob Lazar is. Exactly. Shout out to Bob Lazar. Shout out to Element 115, also known as Muscovium, and Neptune. This is really an opportunity and anti-grab for the year, relating in huge amounts of power. I think we need to study in chemistry the higher level elements. Sure, we know what hydrogen and helium are, but how about aluminum and neptune? We don't really go into it too much, and I'd like to. Okay, so I'm just going to go into it. Ari, I got a lot of shout outs for individuals. I'm going to run this. Shout out to West Call. You have an amazing Discord. Neon, tell your mods to quit kicking me out of calls. Hey, Ross, you're amazing. Your Discord's amazing. Your mods are amazing. Scream, you're amazing. Illicit Maki, DRB78, shout out to you. SXB, XQC, Kai, Hussein, Dago XENs, you're amazing, dog. Mr. Simon TC, ID Javi, Costume, Iray, Rothschild, Maherico, King Pekka, Motorblock, Napsy, Rudiger, Hype, King Joel, The Cobra, Derek, Classy Beat, Nexus, Mel Switch, 71K, RS7, Vodka Funky, RRA, Reed, Action Man, DLS PS6, Lugasa, Cheezer, Symbol, Alo, Amir, 16, Amaranth, Theatre, YouTube, CN Smith, Ramos 53, Jack Sand, Benny Naru, Gabby Dodo, Conby, Closer, Dana Stevie, Los Pueblos Stevie, Girl Knox. Shout out to Hanman, she does kick news. It's amazing. Hanman, I want to see this on there. I want to see this on there. This is as big a kick news as you're going to get. We are live streaming, fixing the platform. Watch Kick News, watch Hanman. She's amazingly talented. I can watch a 24-hour news station of just Kick News. It's amazing. And also, we've got Kick News with Burger Planet and Kick News itself and all the good people who make content on Clip, including Kick Clips. Shout out to Kick Clips. Shout out to Vitality. Let me back in your Discord if you can. Shout out to Ice Beside. Now, these are the biggest YouTubers. I've got the biggest YouTubers and the biggest Twitchers, but you never know. This might allow us to go viral. I'm going to run through. Shout out to MPL Indonesia, LCK, LOL Esports, iShow Speed. Shout out to your server. You're amazing. Your Discord server is amazing. Shout out to Lane Point Mobile Esports, Nico Joe, LOL Pacific Championship Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang Indonesia, I'm on Nicaragua, City NY, Daniel, Captain India Sports, Wireless, ESL Counter-Strike, Omakola, Munda Basurari, MPL Philippines, Subaru, Kazura Channel, CBLOL, LOL, ZZZ Gaming, No Brew, Last Premier, Arena Road, Thailand, Radio Conboss, 89.9. Shout out to DJ Mario. Shout out to all of the Japanese channels that I can't pronounce. Shout out to Johanna Tien. Shout out to R7 Tatsumaki DNK. Shout out to Koyori. Shout out to Chuck Free Cyril. Shout out to Capcom Fighters Japan. Shout out to Ludwig. Shout out to Sim. ICAP Gamer. Otan. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Shout out to MPL Malaysia. PGL Dota 2. Stelludo TV. Jonathan Dandy. Shout out. Now these are the biggest Twitchers. KO. Kajirao. This is this week. All this is hot, baby. Yeah, I write games. Pablo Lopez. You Lisa 97, Echo Esports, Hassan Abby, Case O, Golders, OT Lloyd, Zach Barr. Shout out to all of you guys. Please watch my recent interview with Sam Bond and like, upload, and subscribe on YouTube. Sam Bond, thank you so much for that interview. Corey, thank you for yours. Follow Sam Bond on Kick and Sam Bond, Sam B. Bond on Instagram, Sam Bond on Kick. If you are a fan of these streamers, please click this video and publish it everywhere you can. I'm here to make people trillionaires. For these streamers, please feature this content. Watch this content on your stream. I'm going to make all of you and your friends, your families rich. I have more data than anyone. Data is Earth's number one resource, and this is a big deal. You want to document what you did to best promote this stream. Shout out. Go ahead.
If you ever look at Rabbi and you think, wow, that is a lot, this man has a lot of moves. And you think about what's going through his head right now. Lots of plans, also ready for the environment. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like yesterday, I was able to shout out to you. Here we are today. He's a farm. Shout out to you.
Absolutely. Hey, Ross, shout out Lori. Eddie, shout out to you. Thank you for building such a great platform. Santa Maria, I didn't send you that middle finger candle. I think you can see. I just want to help you. I think you're really smart. You're building a really great platform, but that was someone who personally. Hey, Ross, you're amazing. Shout out to you. Buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Any buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Shout out to Neon. Shout out to X Straight Savage. Absolutely. Shout out to Orlando Jet, X Straight Savage, XQC. See, I know I named some of these people already, but I don't care. Malibu Bailey, shout out to Little Scam Live, Ari, you're amazing. I love you so much. Shout out to iShow Speed. Shout out to Mr. Beast. I'm going to overtake you, and that's going to be a great day. Shout out to T-Series. I'm going to outpace you on YouTube. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, we're going to finish TMB. We're going to put the topics to each other. So I did not tonight, but maybe tomorrow, the next day, or the next day. Just whenever you're free, and doing something on stream, raise up on the topics. And we're just, because you have a lot of what you think is literally very influential.
Absolutely.
It's like a liver appreciation. It's like a sort of thing. It's a very cool thing. Go ahead.
Oh, excellent. Shout out to Beyonce. I love your name. I remember it. Caspian Sea. Lisa Giordano. Shout out to Davio MC Easy. This is the guy who was talking about with Spanish, who speaks Spanish with Messi on the wall. So, just one moment. Let's see if we can get this going. Just real quick.
You guys are right here. I can hear you.
You do you, baby. Shout out to Augustina. Shout out to Razo 97.
Ustedes están aquí, ¿no es así, nena? Un saludo a la Agostina. Un saludo a Rothschild.
Shout out to Nick White. Shout out to everybody who speaks Spanish. Shout out to Sweater GXD, Sweater Good, Moises, Zena the Witch. Shout out to SJC, Guido. Shout out to Face Osmond, Mike Baby. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man, I was just in your Discord, and I just entered it, and I got thrown out within 3 seconds. Please let me back in. If you're wondering how can documenting your life be positive, it provides a treasure trove of data that can be valuable to researchers and businesses by tracking everything you do as possible to be able to monetize the data. Shout out to everyone else out there, and I want everyone to know in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 I love you very much. We're going to take this coin to the moon. And you should also know that I'm in the Fantasy Football League, and I'm going to now shout out Team Mew. What you say, bro? $1 million Moco, Milcom, all glory. The tickets, the spastic specials, Team Hurricane 8, Scroto 69ers, Black Cats, Shitcoin, Bitcoin 2, $69.42. Yeah, catch them. And when Bobby returns, I'm going to tell him some of the things that we can talk about in the future. Shout out to the Del Rico Star, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elon, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Mars, Kevin Lamar, Rolling Stones, Bono, Slash, Call of Duty, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay, Imagine Dragons, Julie, Uncle Weekend, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel, Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, Red Hot Chili Peppers, back. I'm almost done, baby. Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Hosier, Camila Cabello, John Garcia, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Box Machine, Mumford Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry Project, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, The Killers, Beck, Jesse Ward, Nora Jones, Lenny Kravitz, Tame Impala, Usher, Bryce Vine, Wiz Khalifa, Eminem. And when we talk in the future, some of the topics we can talk about are future clocks, atomic clock, nuclear clock, optical clocks, astronomical clocks, and also just to give some people an idea. When Rabbi and Lori talk next time, what are some topics? An anti vaccine, the vaccine, and preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and inflammatory processes, and perhaps an anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing treating prion diseases, artificial gills, a device that allows humans to
Right on specific, like I'm gonna bring that up. Somebody clip this. Everyone, next time we talk, hey Rabbi, we gotta go into detail about specific topics that we bring up.
Absolutely, John. A new word for the chat for next time: xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilizations and their artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets or moons. I'm going to leave on this one last point. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole law. The rest is mere commentary. This is a tractate of the Talmud from Shabbat 31. Thank you so much, Ari, for allowing me to be here. World peace to everyone. Shalom, and we'll talk soon, Ari. Thank you.
Shalom, my brother. You know we're gonna be near each other today for some of the friendship.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Make this go viral. Share with everyone you know. Shalom.
Well, that was fucking phenomenal. Alright, fucking end your stream, dog. Fuck, dog, he's still going. Motherfucker.
You like UK drill? Do your thing. Go crazy.
That's my son wants it that I fuck with.
No, do your thing. Go crazy. Let me hear that shit.
I did it on this one.
Damn, he's got this fucking girl on his mind. He doesn't recognize and we could be going viral right now. That shit was fire, folks.
Let us now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the first Roman-Jewish war that occurred in the 60s and the early 70s of the first century. The spark that lit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. Here you can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grift, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavna, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated. But nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots were towards the right side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to evict them. The Jews must have had some kind of lease arrangement because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Gessius Florus, who was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local miscreant, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who was involved in the dispute, this individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way, apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers and defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against them. What ended up happening is Gessius Florus turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbata. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Gessius Florus, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest, and while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the temple treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population there. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Gessius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed, and the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, he was really king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was open. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which add significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details that the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster, a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the right anymore. And so Cestius Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now, we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster, specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon Pass is a very narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass. And the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually wrought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching. In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galilee, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon, not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself, but he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is and associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yodfat, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galilee region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to breach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the Zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies, so they did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the Temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching. The Roman-Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There were a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. It's a dramatic cliff-top fortress. It was actually the palace of Herod at one point, his vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way they could keep the Roman soldiers out. And so in a very dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well, and hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishment on the remaining population, and we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coins. The Romans actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there is a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which was one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere and people see them and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of this Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, you know, way out of proportion, large compared to the woman to show the dominance of Rome. And in some especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away into captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted. So it would have looked like this to Romans. You can see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're clearly carrying the menorah. The sign next to it says Candelabrum Judaeorum, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, which appears to be the Shulchan with the altar, with the badim, the staves that would be used to carry it, perhaps. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is a saving moment in all of this. One thing that we have glossed over is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular, a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, who saw early on that the revolt against Rome was doomed to failure. And in a rather dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details that the Talmud offers. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually 3 requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew we have the phrase, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages, which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. Ori, hurry the fuck up, dog.
If we move forward about 40, 45 years from the...
Can you hear me? Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. Is that you? Is that you? I don't even know. I don't think anybody knows. Nobody knows. Caspian Sea. Yo, I think that's you. Oh, yo, dog, it's those people. What up to the people in that Discord? Dog, Ari, end this fucking stream.
And so, it fucks me up. But, oh man, like right now, like, Chippy, it's like, it's not up, dude, I don't know how to describe it. My mind isn't wandering like it usually does. I can focus on one topic.
Yo.
Like I'm looking at you and talking to you.
Ari, come on, dude. End the fucking stream. Dog, it's because you didn't end it. End the stream, dog. End the stream. There is no way in the fucking world 250 people are watching right now. I'm your friend, and you and I both know those are bullshit numbers. You have 7 people watching you. I don't believe anything else. Dog, come on. Dog, let's just fucking talk about our whole fucking day. Let's look at this face. No. Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. Yeah. Thank you for telling me that I need TTS. Dog, I'd love to have it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
TTS is a nightmare when you run 8 streams at once. The reason why.
I realized I was listening to the Twitch, not you.
You're okay. So
I hear you now.
I know you said Rabbi needs TTS, and you're right, I do, but here's the thing. I have 8 different streams. So every time I start a new stream, I have to reconnect the TTS, which is too much work. It just fucking takes forever. Even if the cameras were really easy to get to, that's still a lot of work. But these cameras are 8 feet in the fucking air. And so every time I have to go down and start typing shit, fuck no. If it worked every time, I'll tell you this. I had Botrix. Like, it says that it connects, but I don't hear it. So, I don't know. I don't fuck with it too much. Here's what I know. If I go viral, I'll just be able to look at the fucking stream, and it'll be like... It would have been too fast to even have read it anyway. And I'm willing to do it, but I want it to work every time. And right now, I don't have a really good way for it to work every time. I mean, it's connected to all the websites, but it only works on a few of them. And I use it so much that it's like, it's like it says it's connected, but I mean, you can even see it sometimes. Have you ever seen it on my stream? It says Botrix has successfully connected to this. And so that is TTS. But it doesn't work that way. Yeah, exactly. And so when I go viral, I'll be able to say, look, shitbags, everybody needs to make this a default. I'm here about default settings. I want defaults. I'll be able to save the world so much time with defaults. But in the meantime, you have to do all this shit over and over and over again every single time. And it takes way too long. I was doing it for a while, but you also have to understand some mean things come out of that TTS too. And not everybody wants to hear that shit. Now, fortunately, it didn't happen to me. I can't even think of it. I'm sure it happened where somebody was rude about it. But actually, like, generally people were okay with it. But it just didn't work that much. Even when it was saying it was working, it wasn't even working that well. And I understand it's going through like Rumble and YouTube to get to me. So it can get thrown off. But if I need it in the future, I'll put it on one computer. And just tell everybody, go to this computer. It's my main computer or whatever. But until then, it's too much to do every single time. But it's a good idea. And it's what I have it set up to do. It's just... Like Caspian C, if it doesn't work, who do I go to for support?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, it's like somebody who made it. It's like open source software, and I'm sure that like, it's like, there are some things on the internet where you are kind of a trailblazer and there's not like a YouTube video for it. And in that one, maybe there are YouTube videos for it, but it's not going to be exactly what I need, which is like, why is the TTS working every time and only sometimes through Rumble Studio? Nobody has that much in depth. It'll be like through YouTube or through Botrix, but I need it through multiple stages of things. And that's a little bit of an advanced video. I mean, or even not advanced. So then I've been going to AI for stuff for this kind of help, and it does help me. And usually, though, when I ask it a question like this, it'll just say that if it seems to be working intermittently, it may be something on the Botrix's end. And if it is, do you know how much time you can spend working on issues that aren't your issue, they're the company's issue. I could spend days doing that shit, and then only to find out that other people have the same issue that I have, and it wasn't my issue at all. It was the company's issue. Oh, it's such a pain in the ass. Anyway, I listened to that interview again, the one that I did with Ari. I listened to it on my own stream, and I hit another one out of the park. Oh, please be done. Ari, please. He's not done. He's fucking not done. He's not done. Told ya. He's been going 15 hours on this one, but he says he's been going 34 hours, and I believe it. I think he just stopped the VOD for just to start a new one, which is a lot of time. I don't understand why he streams like that. I don't understand why he wouldn't just do 24/7. I've seen him in bed before. So I don't know. Usually when people don't want to do that, they don't want to open their entire life to it, but I'm not sure. He just needs to fucking end the stream. The second he ends the stream, the second I do a screen record of it, and I upload it, and I tag all these people, and I share it with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I mean, the fact that I named the fantasy football teams, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it.
Excellent. They're gonna love that shit though, because what else am I gonna say about it? Aside from the fact that it's doing well, there's not I mean, I am the lore of the coin. I mean, and Bitcoin Obama, he's like the other character in it, and which is cool. We have 2 mascots. I mean, I'm not taking the position as a mascot. Bitcoin Obama can have that, but of anybody who knows, I'm the heart and soul of the coin, and there's only so much I can say about it. Except, hey, I could talk about the fantasy football team, and the name of the fantasy football teams are all Sproto related or something. But I did get to talk about Sprotos. I got to talk about how they were worth $800, and then it's 11,000. And the Sproto community is gonna love that, and it's gonna make Sprotos fucking spike. It's one of the things that I fucking love. Once this starts getting big, I'll have the Midas touch. Anything that I fucking talk about will just fucking become very successful. I'll be like, oh, yeah, I like this flavor of chips. And it goes 10 times fold just because people want to be eating the same kind of potato chip that I eat on a fucking stream 2 years ago. But that's exactly how it's going to work. And it's going to be the most revolutionary thing in the history of mankind. And it's going to happen any fucking day. I feel it. I don't just feel it. You heard Ari say, you're the most popular person on Kick. He even said you're the Kick streaming G. Yeah, and then to say, when he's Aiden Ross knows who you are, Eddie knows who you are, and they're definitely going to know who I am now. When I'm straight up showing them in a polite and respectful manner how their platform can improve. And I feel like I could have sat there and mocked them, and I'm funny about it, but I'm nice about it too, and just say hey, I have confidence in you guys. You're gonna make this the best platform possible, but it needs more staff. And look, you and I both know that the tech world post COVID or post pandemic is people are oh, I'm going to work 2 hours today, but then I've got to pick up my kids. So maybe I'll work an hour and a half. People aren't fucking coding like it's 1997. And that's what you fucking need.
Yeah. That's fucking true.
So I'm going to take my boot and shove it up their ass until they get the shit working, because it has a chance to be the best platform in the world for 10 years or 20 years, and then it's going to be something else. But it has a chance to overtake other platforms, and it needs to work better than they do. And look, Eddie's got deep pockets. He has the largest house in all of Melbourne. So if he has I didn't say this, but I'm dog, if I were you, I'd be living in a fucking loft or in a studio and making sure that my platform worked, as opposed to having all my money invested in other things. Are you serious about? I didn't go into that. I could have been, I was nice about it though. Hey, you need to double your staff at your companies. Why? Because you need to be proactive, not reactive. You can't expect every person to be as nice as I am to explain to you where your companies are lacking, because in the future people will do it maliciously, and especially with steak. Caspian Sea, do you know how many fucking loopholes there probably are in steak that we're not even seeing right now? And that's with money and gambling. It's with money and gambling, and like already money and gambling for their entire history have been something that are prone to cheating. And so how the fuck can we trust I said it perfectly in the video. How can we trust Stake with our money if we can't trust Kick with our streaming? It's an excellent point. And I want to. I say I'm going to be a huge gambler on Kick or on Stake and Kick, but not until I can trust it.
It's just your biggest fan. It is.
Ori was super nice too, wasn't he?
He was a very nice guy.
Definitely. He let me talk about all that shit. He was very positive. He didn't I mean, I never at any point felt attacked or like why do you spam me? He was very positive about all of that, and we had a shared vision. And isn't he unique looking?
Very much so.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
right. And so when I first saw him, I don't know if I was like, I'm sure I'd had to see him a few times, but the thing that caught me was his name. It was so short. And I'm like, oh, 4 letters. I can tell you, I know enough about social media now. I can tell you by just looking at your screen name if you're going to be successful. I can just tell you. Fucking looking at your name if you're going to be successful. Why? Short and sweet, baby. And if it's not, you better have already been big and have a following, because you're not going to get anywhere with just some brand new ass name that is just specific to you. It's got to have mass appeal, and no one wants to be. They don't even want you following them, and let alone them follow you. Like, people don't want crazy accounts that look like a bot. Get that out of here. I don't want that following me. People are really, really pretentious, especially when it comes to their social media.
Yeah, dude. Honestly,
I listened to that Ari interview, and I'm just so excited for the crew from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Uni to hear it, because I get a lot of feedback from them, and they're a great community. They're like the core of my community. I mean, they're not in the Discord, but sometimes they are, but we're just like, we're connected by that Telegram. And so if they ever need me or I ever need them, we can go in there. But that's really easy. Like, just by going to that community, my video in like 2 days with Sam Bond got 250 views. Now, is that a ton of views? No, but some of those people are millionaires, and that's important when it comes to how, influential they are and with whom they share it. And the more and more people I can get eyeballs on this stuff, the more successful it's going to be. And so Ari just needs to fucking finish this stream, and then he's at 15 hours. Well, he's at like 34 hours straight, but he had to cut the stream and then do a new one. But the second that he does, because it's a longer video, it's going to basically take me all night. Isn't this a fucking stupid thing about tech? I get it, that you have to download it and then upload it, but it takes so fucking long to do. You would think that you could just turn out shit just to be like, all right, it's on Kick right now. I just want to take, this is the start, this is the end, and that should automatically go to YouTube. Oh, fuck no. You have to download that, and then you have to upload it to, it's just incredibly time consuming. You would think that these companies would have had a group meeting and been like, hey guys, let's just do a thing. When you post to one, you post to all of them. Does that sound good to you? But no, none of them want to do that because they lose their exclusivity.
There are certain ones that have certain connectivity.
Yes, they do. You're right.
Actually,
I love it.
I'm barely on this book right now. It's Opus.pro.
Okay.
And you can drop your YouTube link, and it's like about 8 more minutes, but it should turn this hour-long thing into a bunch of TikToks.
Oh, very cool.
So we'll see if it works. I'll just upload them and see how that works.
Very cool. I remember I told you that you have to get experience points in order to get into some of these VCs to be able to turn on your camera. Oh man, this one is called Meet. Oh, very cool. We're gonna need that one of these days. So there's this one called Mika Paradise. I don't really know what it is. It's like anime or something. I have literally had a camera not on, but I've been in a VC just gaining experience points for the last seemingly week. And you have to be a level 40 to be able to show your camera. I am a level 39. So it's going to be it could be like any hour now that I hit that level 40. And that's a really big server, and I can just turn my camera on. And I get a lot of random people in there. And believe it or not, like in some of these Discords, as you would think would happen, I become like a fishbowl. And so people go in there and they just see what I'm doing, and they'll chat to me in the Discord. And fortunately, Discord's really good about the notifications. So I know immediately when somebody's chatted with me on 12 different Discords. So I'm able to stay really engaged. That's why when I'm looking at Discord nowadays, it's starting to become more and more like an influencer where it's like a bunch of people are like at any given time. All I have to do is reopen the app and somebody has said something to me, whether it's like, I like watching you, or thanks for the positive vibes, or just like, I always see you, why do you have your camera on, whatever it is. So I think that's a positive. I can just tell, man, it's just a matter of time. It could happen. I think it's going to happen by next weekend. I know that sounds like it'll be next weekend and I'll be less famous than I am today, which is absolutely not. But it's like, dude, how doesn't this fucking Eddie video go viral? Once people on Kick start seeing that they could be making more money, they're going to spread this to all their friends.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. And other people are starting to do it. And other people are doing it before me. So, it's just a matter of time. I think it's going to be this next weekend.
That's what I'm saying too, Don. And it could look. I always think that. I was thinking about this as I was going to the bathroom. I was like, man, I remember when I first started this, I thought it would be maybe a month or two of somebody live streaming their life, and I'm going to get this huge following. You would think somebody just dedicating their life. You can always watch me. That would be a huge following, but you have to stay really, really entertaining, or else people just get bored with you. And then if you start losing your accounts, you're fucked. You're never going to develop any type of community. And so I have videos from like 3 years ago where I'm like, this is going to happen. And then I was actually thinking about this exactly when like I'll get a moment where Music Biz Marty's people come in and I'm like, this is it. This is when, it's going to be, I've got like 300 people in here. This is the biggest event that we're going to have. And then it doesn't, go viral. But I've had several instances where I'm like, in my head, it's like, oh, wow, this is it. This is when it's going to happen. And it just hasn't. But this one's starting to be more realistic because I've got the platform exactly where I want it. They all know who I am. I found a very big problem that affects all of them. And now we're asking for a solution. And we're asking the owner of the platform. That right there has all the makings to at least generate some interest. At least get me another interview with another streamer. And we can then talk about all the future technology and all that other stuff that I like to discuss. And but I don't think I'm going to need it. I think once Ari's video is done, I'll be able to clip it It'll go viral for multiple reasons. I'll get the 250 views from the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community, but then I'm going to get a shitload of views from the Kick community, and then also there's the YouTube and the Twitch community, which I didn't even count. And who knows? Elton John might watch it someday, and so I would have shouted him out. And I'm gonna get some of these motherfuckers to watch this. Just you watch. Well, it's like Ari said in the stream. He said, "You're a celebrity. You may not know it, but you're a celebrity." And then he also said that you may not know it either. But he said to the chat, but basically there are going to be some very major influential people who are going to watch this, and I agree with him. He just needs to shut the fuck up and let me clip his fucking video. Apologies, what'd you say? Oh, cool. Excellent.
Of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, but rather as what they call an epitome. We say in English, the epitome of something, we tend to mean something as exemplary, the best, and the ideal. But in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, oh, this is too big, too long to read. Can you just give me like the Cliff's Notes, the short version of this? That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Kifilinius that's shown here that gives us, unfortunately, just passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Cassius Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. According to Cassius Dio in this epitome, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, Aelia Capitolina, right? Because his middle name was Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews, and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, it had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued, but it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well. But it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. And in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt, meaning that it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state in the previous war, or whether it was the messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt. And then later, the Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Ruge Malchus, that have formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. It's not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appeared to have been initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then restamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would restamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, you know, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetradrachm. That's a sella in Hebrew. And at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is what you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arbominum, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase mihi et legionibus bene, which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yigael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove that. So we get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the techelet. Techelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2,000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. What chemical analysis of this particular dye, however, and in these threads, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era, because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated, and that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Bar Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number, 580,000 casualties, over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined